Okay, so I think the presentation is all right. So thank you, professors, for the opportunity, and thanks everyone that is attending this session. So just a quick introduction. I'm Professor Marcelo Nunes from PAG Institute in UFRJ. I'm getting my PhD degree there, and this study is a collaboration of myself and Professor Luis Antonio G, which is my advisor, my doctoral advisor in the institution, and Professor Veronica Maia from PPG Kufi, which is my lifelong advisor, as I like to call her. So the title of our presentation is Risk Perception versus Objective Risk Analysis of Countries During the COVID-19 Pandemic. So just start by setting a little bit of the context of our study. We all know from experience how much the current pandemic has interfered with the tourism flows and how much travel plans had to be either postponed or canceled in 2020 due to the pandemic. And so we really believe that a part of the recovery of the sector will rely on how people will respond both cognitively and behaviorally to a post-pandemic world. So in terms of behavior, we certainly are getting acquainted with new sanitization procedures and new protocols that companies and in general and the government in general is providing to us. But we really think that the cognitive aspect, or a rather more softer side of this, is going to be very relevant, and we really need to pay attention to that in terms of how people will cognitively and effectively respond to this post-pandemic world. And so we're talking basically about what is the level of fear that people will feel as the sector starts recovering and as people go back to traveling. I know many people are excited about being able to travel again, but I think that to some extent we can all agree that the fear of this new threat is going to be present in everyone's minds. And so with that said, we are digging a little on the risk perception literature here. And we think that a very important stakeholder in this process is the media. We definitely see what is the importance of the media in this context, not only to inform people, to keep people informed on what is the evolution of the crisis, what are the proper measures to be adopted. But I think we can all agree that to some point, it makes us a bit more anxious, a lot more anxious to turn on the TV and see that this is all that is being broadcast. So the virus situation is being more salient on a recurring basis in our minds. And we think that this may be associated, this may help or hinder our ability to perceive risk in a more objective way. So with that said, the main of this study, which is a study in progress, but for this part of the study that we're conducting, we are more interested in investigating eventual inconsistencies between objective risk of contamination in the countries most affected by COVID-19 outbreak and people's risk perception towards these countries. So is there an equivalence, or is there any sort of mismatch between these two things, these two measures? So we start our review of the literature by making some conceptualizations on key terms that we're addressing in the paper. So what do we understand by objective risk? It's definitely something open for debate, even though it's technically supposed to be an objective thing. But several authors work with the idea that a clear objective measure of a potential threat or risk would be the probability of occurrence of a given bad event by the magnitude of its impact. So any measure that will somehow consider how likely a bad event is to happen by how bad that event is could be considered a more objective risk measure. Um, but we all know that as human beings, we not always take this level or have the ability or have the willingness to make this level of assessment. So that's where the risk perception literature comes in to tell us that risk is actually feelings that are a bit softer. So Slovic, which is one of the main researchers in this area, will define perceived risk as the dreadful feelings and attitudes towards a potential threat. So this can have multiple interferences, and we're addressing these things in our study. Um, so, and because we are addressing the role of the media in this context, we also digged into the social amplification of risk literature. This is a very interesting framework that basically will tell us that the media can be a social station that can either help amplify or attenuate a given hazard in society. And some of the there are some features that may boost this process, and that is when the level of information or the volume of the information is too high, and also according to the degree to which the information is disputed. And we have seen both things in the case of COVID-19, right? So the pandemic situation has a very big space, both in print media, broadcast media, and online media. And also, we have seen opposing views as to whether this is a really bad situation or not, how serious the threat of the virus really is, and whether or not social distancing measures are effective or are even required. And these opposing views have even been put out by world leaders in Brazil, the United States, Mexico. So we think that because of that, the media may be influencing to some degree people's risk perception. So moving on to our methodological steps, we have conducted a survey into data points. So we basically collected our risk perception measures from the survey. So this was a primary data collection that we carried out. But we also had the secondary data collection from the Coronavirus Resource Center from Johns Hopkins University in Madison. So first, as for the surveys, we wanted to measure risk perception in 2 data points. So we elected T1, which was from April 24th through the 26th, and T2, which was a month later, so May 24th through the 26th. And basically what we did on the survey was to have respondents make paired comparisons among countries in a sample of 5 countries in each data point. And we had them assign which country they perceive to be the riskiest in each paired comparison. We also were interested in understanding the media influence in the process. So we measured on a 5-point scale the level of media consumption from the main news outlets that we have in Brazil. Um, so this is for the survey. So this is for the subjective measure of risk, if you will. As for the secondary data, like I said, we collected it from the Johns Hopkins University. And the measure we used that we found in the literature was the case fatality ratio, or CFR, which is essentially a ratio that is obtained by the cumulative number of deaths in a given country or in a given location, by the cumulative number of cases. So it's pretty much just how many people have died divided by how many people have been found to have the virus in that location. So moving on to our first descriptive result, we just wanted to have a first idea on the situation in each country for each data point. So I'll just read the table through with you. It's divided into moments. So we have T1 here and T2. So in the first data collection point, the 5 countries that were in the survey was the United States, Spain, Italy, France, and China. China was not within the top confirmed cases in any of these 2 data points, but we included China because since this is the country where where it was first reported, where COVID-19 was first reported, we wanted to leave it into the analysis. So what was the situation like in T1? The United States had over 800,000 cases, and then Spain 200,000, and this was pretty much the rankings. So if you noticed in T2, France, which was in 4th place in T1, was eliminated from the analysis because the United Kingdom had the virus spread at a higher pace during that time. And so it made it its way in the analysis for T2. But basically, the United States capped being the one with the country with the largest amount of confirmed cases and confirmed deaths. If we notice China, which is the bottom of our list, from T1 to T2, there was a slight increase in confirmed cases, 83,000 to 84,000. But there were not really much more deaths. If we see in T1, 4,636, and then T2, there was only 2 deaths extra, so during the whole month. So obviously China was at a different moment in the curve of the curve of spread of the virus than the other countries. So moving on to our main results of the study, that is the comparison of objective risk and perceived risk. So we have again T1 and T2. And then the first part of the chart here, the first part of the table, we see the ranking of countries ordered by their CFRs, so their objective risk measures. And then if we notice, France would be the higher in terms of objective risk from the 5 countries, and then Italy, Spain, United States, and China with very similar CFR measures. And then in terms of risk perception, in the same point, we have the United States in the first place, and then Spain, Italy, France, and China lastly. So just a quick note on how we got to these numbers here. Like I said, we did paired comparisons. So the way we process this data is at the end of the questionnaire, each respondent had to make a total of 10 paired comparisons, right? So which one is the riskiest? They were asked. The USA or Spain, the USA or Italy, the USA or France, and then Spain or Italy. So in total 10, there were 10 pairs of comparisons. So what we did was basically count how many times each country was assigned to be the riskiest one, and then make a proportion analysis out of that. Um, the person did have an option to say that both countries were equally risky, but we just removed those from subsequent analysis because we wanted to rank out the countries at the end of the day. So, and then in T2, we have the UK in the first place, and then Italy, Spain, USA, and China in terms of objective risk. And then in terms of risk perception, again, the USA is in first place, and then the UK, Spain, Italy, and China. When we plot these results, we can clearly see that in the case of China and the United States, when we look at their objective risk measures, they had a sort of a stable trend from T1 to T2. So there was not any significant really increase in, in objective risk for these two countries. And the other countries like Italy and Spain had a sort of an upward trend from T1 to T2 in terms of objective risk. But when we see risk perception, the United States is clearly like way above all other countries, right? And then in the last place, there is a an expected and coherent result from people's perception. That is, China was actually perceived to be the least risky country, and all other countries had sort of a downward trend in terms of risk perception. So as for the relationship between people's risk perceptions and their media use, like I said, we had a scale, a 5-point scale measuring people's risk consumption. What we did was we picked the four channels that people claim to have used the most, and then we used these channels to average out the scores, and then we created this MUI, or media usage index, so we could correlate um, with each paired comparison between countries. So what we found here was that media use was associated with paired comparisons between China and other countries, right? Both in T1 and T2, if you notice, all paired comparisons between China and other countries, except for France there in T1, but all paired comparisons between China and other countries in T2 negatively correlated with their media consumption. What this means is that the more people claim to have consumed media to keep themselves informed about COVID-19 pandemic, the less they perceived China to be the riskiest option out of the paired comparisons. So interestingly, we did not find the same pattern or the same results for any other paired comparison that did not include China. So the top riskiest countries did not correlate with with people's media consumption. So moving on to our conclusions. As for the main aim of the study, we have identified a clear mismatch between objective risk and risk perception towards countries using this objective measure, that is the CFR. So the way we interpret the results that we had was with the behavioral economics literature. That is one of the facts that we think may help explain these results is the denominator neglect effect. And that is because if we look at the ranking of risk perception, it follows exactly the same rank of confirmed cases in each country. So people seem to have taken into account much more of how many people are infected in each country than the relative the relative impact of these cases in the overall population or the relative impact of the deaths in the overall number of cases. So this is consistent with what we know as the denominator neglect effect. And so also what we have seen is that media consumption was useful or had an association with the bottom the bottom risky country, which is China, but it was not sufficient to discriminate to help people discriminate which one is riskier. Is it the United States is riskier than Italy? Is the UK riskier than France? So the media did not correlate, did not help people make this kind of discrimination. So what we think is that after a certain threshold of risk, people just watch the news and are not able to tell which country is riskier than others, but they do know which one is the least risky, that is China in this case.
Marcelo, so, you have 30 seconds to finish.
Yeah, sure. So, and then obviously the importance of communication for tourism destinations and businesses in countries that are already putting efforts and actions to make their destinations and their businesses more safe is a key issue, because the media is not sufficient for people to make these discriminations. So, and then just final notes on the limitations of the study. We wanted, it would be interesting to have more data points. We're just using 2 of them. And our sample is a non-probabilistic one. So the results should be taken into account parsimoniously. That these issues can be addressed in future works. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you for the presentation. And I think we have Milena now. Hello, Milena is ready. Or, hello?
Yeah, I think Milena is not in the room.
Okay, so Stefan, are you ready?
Perfect. Yes, I'm ready, Gabriel.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
You too.
So, welcome and good evening from Munich, Germany to everyone. Thank you, Marcelo, for your presentation on your paper. I have a few comments on that. So the paper is really interesting. It addresses an important topic because on the one hand, we have seen that COVID has severely affected tourism. And on the other hand, as you stated in your paper, tourism has to be considered as consumption of risky goods and services. And therefore, there's the question how persons in general, and therefore, in particular, potential tourists perceive risk, and if this subjective risk perception is in accordance with objective risk measures, and how their subjective evaluation of risk influences their behavior. So the role of information and effective communication and risk perception is really important, because people often try and do simplify when they assess risk. The paper focuses on the recent COVID-19 outbreak and the pandemic it caused, and on Brazilian residents. And it builds up on 2 surveys, which were done in 2 different points in time, as Marcelo explained in detail. And people were asked how they compare and rank different countries with respect to the risks associated with COVID-19. And the general and important result is that people's subjective perception of risk differs substantially from objective risk measures, as, for example, the case fatality ratio. And the subjective risk perception, of course, will influence and guide people's decision-making, also and in particular in the area of tourism. So therefore, there's a particular and considerable role for policy to credibly report, to convince people about objective risk measures, to improve person's information set, so they can make decisions on a better set of information. The paper is nice. I really liked it, and it is in already good shape. I only have some minor comments which may help to improve the paper a little bit, as it is already quite nice. I recommend to include the complete questionnaire in an appendix if there is enough space in a journal. Then a few questions you could address in your revised version. In table 1, why are countries not ranked according to the case fatality ratio or some other relative measures, for example, values per 100,000 inhabitants? And perhaps this has to do with the fact that a lot of persons perceive absolute numbers as more impressive. Then please, I would say, would help to show also the case fatality ratio in table 1. And in the paper, in the discussion of your results, please explain what statistical method you are using and what role chi-square plays, what statistical method was used for calculating the media usage index. And with respect to your table 3, I would recommend to explain the results a little bit in more detail. So what is the meaning of NS? I think it's meaning no significant. I would prefer if you could state the values together with their p-values. So you report your numbers and you state your p-values. And the negative, I think these MUE values, as now in your presentation became clear, is the correlation. And therefore, R square is simply the correlation coefficient, I suppose, because in the paper this is not mentioned, so please include it. This would help readers. And please make a statement if this denominator neglect effect applies also to country size and or per capita values or per 100,000 person values. And maybe you can make a quick statement in your conclusions, perhaps as a warning, how reliable are numbers reported by Chinese authorities. So these are my comments. Thank you very much. And muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, Professor.
Muito obrigado, Stefan.
De nada, de nada.
Thank you very much for your detailed comments. So I think Marcelo will take account of all of these comments. Do we have Milena now or not? No, Milena? So we have Bruno Victor. Is Bruno Victor there? Hello? Are you hearing me?
No, he's not here.
So Bruno is not here and Milena is not here.
No.
Okay, it's a pity. Somebody else have questions or comments for Marcelo? You know, most of the comments that I have were just pointed by Stefan with his detailed revision of the paper. But anybody else has something to say? Okay, nothing. So we will send to Marcelo the comments of Bruno, and if Milena send us the review, we'll also send to him the comments. So thank you very much, Marcelo. And do you want to say something about the comments of Stefan?
Yeah, I mean, just really appreciate Professor Stefan. I didn't manage to write down everything because it was a little quick, but if you can send me also Professor Stefan's presentation on.
Sure. We will send you the presentation and the review of Professor Schubert.
Great.
Thank you very much to both, and we continue with Martin. Martin?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, so the paper of Martin is co-authored with me and Veronica Cigarra, and then the title is Economic Growth and Tourist Performance in Latin American and the Caribbean a comparative analysis by symbolization and clustering techniques. 20 minutes starting now.
Okay, thank you. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, hello everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to present here. As Gabriel said, I'm going to present a work that we have done with Gabriel Bria and Veronica Segarra. It's called Economic Growth and Tourist Performance in Latin America and the Caribbean, a comparative analysis by clustering and causality test. So entering the presentation, I'm going to show some motivation, literature review, and objectives of this study. And then I'm going to talk a bit about the data sources how we have used. After that, we will focus on the methodology strategy, which is composed by three main elements: time series symbolization, a cluster analysis, and the first approach and approximation to an econometric estimation. And finally, some conclusions, extensions, and limitations of this study. Okay, so in the recent years, there has been a growing interest in the study of the causality relationship between tourist and economic growth. In 2002, Alaguer and Cantavela formalized this evidence on what is well known as touring-led growth hypothesis, where tourist performance is able to boost or at least to contribute with the economic growth. So since that study, there was many empiric evidence, not only in the application to specific country dynamics, also in regions and different groups of country developing different panel data methodologies. There are two main results that the reference literature show. First, a unidirectional relationship between tourism and economic growth in both ways. I mean, when tourists cause the economic growth, and on the other hand, when the economic growth causes tourist performance. Another result that shows bidirectional relationship between these variables. So in this article, we apply this study to Latin American and the Caribbean countries. These are developing countries with so much difference between and also within them due to their macroeconomic fluctuation that they suffer continuously. So considering that, we believe it could be interesting to get group with similar characteristics and not to take Latin America and the Caribbean, all the region, as an homogeneous panel. So we have two main objectives. First, apply a clustering technique to obtain group with similar dynamics, and then to get a first approach to a causality relationship between tourists and economic growth. Okay, so entering in the main part of this presentation, firstly, to get a tourism measure, we obtain data of international tourist arrival from the World Bank, and data from population from the Madison Project data. So we get the indicator international tourist arrival per inhabitant. And also for the economic growth, we obtain the growth rate of real GDP per inhabitant, also from Madison Project data. And with this data, with this indicator, we consider 21 years and 22 Latin American and Caribbean countries. Okay. Our first objective is to get some homogeneous groups in terms of these indicators. To this end, we need to get a metric to measure that distance to compare the dynamics of the different countries. As we have one indicator as a percentage and the other in levels, that is the tourist arrivals, some common metrics lose their interpretative meaning. So we propose a methodology of time series symbolization to get that distance from a unidimensional time series. So first, we apply a technique of economic regimes or economic regions that consists in, from the scatter plot of for each of the 22 years, we get the tourist and economic growth mean, and then we reclassified the bidimensional tourist and economic growth series in terms of in which region a country was belong to in some year. So we obtain 4 economic regions where each one represents the behavior of some country in terms of tourist and economic growth. Okay. This figure shows an example for 2015, while using the tourist mean, while using the tourist mean and the economic growth mean, we established 4 regimes, 4 regions that represent different qualitative dynamics. So the symbolization consists on assigning a symbol to each country in each year, depending on in which region it has belonged to. If, for example, if a country belongs to the region 1 in some year, we compute for this year, for this country, a symbol 1. So in this way, we get 22 unidimensional symbolized time series that are composed by 21 elements each time series. In this table, you can see the percentage of the time that each country has belonged to each regime, each region. And it's clear to see that some country has belonged to region 1 and 2 only, which represents a low tourist performance. And in opposition, other countries have belonged to regions with great tourist performance, for example, as Uruguay, that belong to regions 3 and 4 with high performance of tourist sector. Okay. By the symbolization, we can now perform the cluster analysis. And to this end, we use this metric that take a value of 1 if 2 countries have differed in some year in the region they have belonged to. In addition, take a value of 0 if they have belonged to the same region. So they have had a similar dynamics. So getting a matrix of the calculated distance, we use the nearest neighbor search criteria to get homogeneous groups. We get, as you can see there in the hierarchical tree associated with the matrix distances, 2 main groups of countries. And so characterizing these groups of country, we get that one cluster is integrated by Latin American countries, which have a large area and population in comparison, obviously, with the other countries. They receive an average of 8 arrivals per 100 of people and reach an average growth rate of GDP of 189%. On the other hand, the other group is integrated mainly by Caribbean islands and also with Costa Rica and Uruguay. There are countries with few area and population also, in where the tourist sector is one of the principal source of values. Due to this, their arrivals per inhabitant reach an average of 75 per 100 people, and their growth rate is only a bit higher than the cluster 1. It's about 235%. Okay. So in this figure, I show an example only of the time series symbolization for the 2 clusters. For example, Guatemala belongs to cluster 1 and have a lower tourist performance as it belongs to the region 1 and 2. In comparison, for example, with Jamaica that have belonged to region 3 and 4 in all the periods, so they compute a great tourist performance. Okay, having got both groups, now we are able to perform a first approach, a first approximation to the quantitative relationship between tourist and economic growth by each country, clusters, by each cluster that we have found. We will include to this exercise a control variable that is the real effective exchange rate that we have took the data from the CEPAL stats, the CEPAL data. And we're gonna do this exercise with a subsample of countries to get a balanced panel data. This is because of the availability of real exchange rate data from Cepalstat. So we now have a balanced panel with 21 years and 11 countries from the cluster 1 and 6 countries from the second one. Okay, so firstly, applying different unit rules tests for panel data, we obtain that the first difference of the 3 indicators are stationary. So all the variables are integrated at the first order. And this is important to apply the causality test that we have done. So to get the causality relationship, we perform both the classical Granger causality test and the Dumitrescu and Harling causality test. Here we show only the second exercise in which dispersion allows different parameters for each component of the panels, in this case, the different countries. So performing the Dumitrescu and Harling causality test, we get that for cluster 1, we found a unidirectional relation where GDP of the economy caused the tourist performance. By the second cluster, we found a bidirectional relationship that it could be such as GDP caused tourist performance, and the tourist performance also caused the real GDP per inhabitant. Okay. So as a first approach, we estimate 3 models for each causality relationship, and we use the strategy proposed by Arellano and Bond. And we get, in all cases, that is the most important of this analysis, we get in both cases a positive relationship between tourist and economic growth. We can say that for cluster 1, for example, an increase in a 1% of GDP increase in average 52% in the arrivals per inhabitant, while in the cluster 2, this relationship is also positive, but it's a bit lower. It's about 31%. Okay. So, as a brief conclusions of this result, we can say that we have found 2 clusters of countries with much difference between them. One that is composed by Latin American countries with great area and populations, and the other cluster with the Caribbean countries, Uruguay and Costa Rica, countries, as I said, with few area and population. Okay, we obtained by the Dumitrescu and Harling causality test a unidirectional relationship from the gross domestic product to the international arrivals per inhabitant for the cluster 1, and for the cluster 2, a bidirectional relationship using this causality test. Okay, and after performing the Arellano and Bond estimations, we perform the autocorrelation test, and there is no evidence of autocorrelation at any order. So finally, some extensions and limitations of this work. Some extensions could be use another indicators of tourist measure, for example, the tourist expenditure per inhabitant, or others could be also. Implement, if possible, another threshold to symbolize the bidimensional time series. We use the mean of both variables, but it is possible to use another measure as median, quantiles, etc. Also, it is possible to obtain better approach of the dynamic relationship using other specifications, such as nonlinear approach or extensions of Arellano and Bond. As I said, we did a first approach, a first approximation to the quantitative estimation. Also, it is possible to modify the control structure, adding or replacing the control variables. We include the real exchange rate, but it's possible to include other variables. And finally, it could be interesting to try to cluster to do the cluster analysis within both clusters that we have obtained. The aim of this is to get more homogeneous group. if we repeat the exercise within each cluster, it could be interesting to re-estimate the relations in the new clusters. And finally, some limitations of this work is obviously the data availability. We have few years in the time series components of the panel. And additionally, working with Latin American countries or working with a Russian applications implies not much countries. So as a result, our balanced panel have few years and few countries. So some methodology cannot be applied, and it could be interesting to try to apply them. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Martin, for the perfect time presentation. Veronica, are you ready for the comments, or we start with Laura? Veronica?
I can start if you want me. If you want
Yeah, as you want. So yes, you can start.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Just a minute. Okay. Here. Okay, can you see it? Well, I have to say that I'm not an expert on this kind of methodology. So I made my comments and my evaluation from this point of view, and also from the point of view of the potential readers of this article on the RB2, on the paper that the fast track is going on. So first, the strengths, the introduction section is well written and established the context of frame to the problem. Relevant authors are cited. There is a clear, for me, research gap. And also, the paper proposes a methodological innovation and regarding the TLLGH hypothesis, the hypothesis. So it's a very interesting way of seeing it. Also, the results are very interesting, very well explained, and we can see the methodology. Even if you are not an expert, the results are very well presented for me. And we can see that it points out the inconsistencies of the tourism-led growth hypothesis. So in this case, it's very interesting. Well, I think that a weakness of the paper is that the theoretical framework is well established in the introduction section, but the theoretical aspects of the article have not been further developed. There is no literature review section, so I think this would be interesting. And there's too much emphasis on the technical aspects, and this could be difficult to reach a broader audience of RB2 with no background on econometrics and mathematical methods. So my recommendations would be development of the literature review section, and maybe with a small section about the tourism-led growth hypothesis, other methods used so far, implications and limitations of these methods, the benefits and potential advantages of cluster analysis for this specific application, and maybe what are the expected results? What do you expect with the analysis that is being proposed? And also, I think that the discussion section could have some ideas or some thoughts on how would other techniques perform on the same kind of analysis what are the benefits of this approach and how it contributes for theory developments. Also in the clusters, there are still countries with very different tourism dynamics. And if it is possible to deepen the analysis, what would you expect? What are the implications for tourism researchers and practitioners of this new methodology? And I think that as we are in the COVID-19 crisis, still it could be interesting to mention the impacts of the pandemic crisis on countries more or less dependable on the tourism sector. So that's it. I thank you very much for inviting me to analyze the paper.
Thank you very much, Veronica.
Okay,
Thank you.
Martin, do you want to say something?
No, it's okay. So the literature review is true. There is not a section of the literature review. This article is, we have with Gabriela and Veronica another article that explain more in details the literature review. It is true that in this case, we synthesize maybe a lot the literature review, but it's okay. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. So now it's time for Laura. Thank you for commenting.
Thank
Thank
you
you for-
very much. Oh, I'm going to share. Yes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura López Gómez. I'm from Spain, from the University of Murcia. First, thank you very much for the workshop and for the paper. And well, I think this paper is a really good job, very interesting. Analyze the relationship between economic growth and tourism in Latin America and Caribbean countries with very interesting results. Heterogeneous behavior between countries and a strong causal relationship. I think is really interesting, and I like a lot. I have some comments. For me, in my case, I think there are strengths. For example, the use of symbolic time series to obtain cluster. I think it's a very good point. The use of granular causality to use properly different equations and different estimations. Good advanced panel techniques, I think, is a key question in this paper. And there are really interesting research with policy implication and a deep analysis of touring-led growth hypothesis. I think it's a very well job. I have some comments. I think it would be nice to move uniroot test analysis and autocorrelation test to an annex. At the end, are tests to know if everything is well, if everything works. So I think merits maybe a comment, not I don't know, not even a section. I think it would be nice to move to an annex or to the estimation table, mixed with estimation tables. Maybe for other papers, try to use algorithms with endogenous split with heterogeneous parameters. I think it's a good idea to use estimation with endogenous split, not first cluster at the end an estimation. I think if you work with an endogenous algorithm, it would be a nice improve. At the end, you find different groups with different behaviors, and that means non-linear relationships. And it would be nice for a high quality journal and non-linear estimation. It would be very nice, even with other countries or other area with more data availability. Maybe I think it would be very nice. In this paper, I think you could improve the paper with some policy implications, develop some professor Mayer said before, some implication with practitioner, tourism. I think a little more of results and implications with policy implication in this case. Well, updated data if it's possible, and in my case, I had a Spanish version, so it would be nice an English version, but it's just a common. And I think you care a lot about series length, but with dynamic system GMN and first different GMN, it's not important length series. It's more important N, the number of countries in the sample. So I think it would be, I think it's not a drawback. In fact, the series length is not a drawback. So I think it's not a disadvantage, and you should remove to your conclusions. Well, to conclude, it's a really good job. It's a really good paper with a great potential, even in a published with a very high quality journal. If you improve these kind of things and you try to use some non-linear estimation, and have a lot of policy implication again, which will improve welfare in these countries, in this area, and I think it would be nice to develop these things. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Laura. Martin, some quick response or comment to the comment?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take notes, all comments.
Okay. Somebody else wants to ask something to Martin or?
Me?
Or to, yeah, Natalia, please.
Yes, I have a lot of comments, but well, I'm going to be very brief. First,
I don't remember, I asked you to comment this paper, no?
No.
Ah, okay.
So I have some questions.
No, yes, perfect. Go ahead, we have time.
Okay, I think you have to make an effort to the part of clusters, because when you show the countries, you show Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, and the other side, Santa Lucia. This is an obvious cluster of countries, very obvious. So you have to work more if you have in the title clustering or something like that. Regarding the sexual literature, I think it is, as Veronica said, that it is obvious to include. There are no so many papers, but some papers for Latin American countries and the relationship between tourism and control variables. And I think you have to take into account to improve the section of control variables. And the obvious thing is that you have to improve the measure of tourism performance, because in the paper said Argentina, Mexico have low tourism performance, and it sounds very strange. And the last thing is that I'm disappointed that you drop Argentina from the analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia.
Martin?
No, it's okay.
Comments to this attack of Natalia?
No, it's okay. It's okay. There is no data from CEPAL stats. There is no data from Argentina to the real exchange rate and other countries.
That's all, Martin?
Yes, it's okay. It's okay. Very good comment.
Thank you, Natalia. Somebody else wants to ask something or comment or?
I have a quick question. I hadn't understand the rationale behind, because first you classified metric data, and then you, from this classified metric data, you build another metric data, and then you cluster, and then you did cluster analysis. Why didn't you use growth and number of tourists in the first place for clustering?
Because growth and tourist growth are measured in percentage, and tourists are measured in level. So we need, or we have the idea to transform this bidimensional time series in a unidimensional time series, and then yes, to measure the distance. And we propose this metric, but it could be other metrics.
Okay.
Thank you, Glauber. Somebody else, or we can go to the next paper? The boss, Veronica, what do you say? You are the boss, no, Veronica, you are the boss, or the series is the boss?
No, you are the boss. You are the boss.
So we go to the next paper. So we have, series, excuse me. You are the boss. So we have Juan Fernando Sanson or Catalina Orjuela online.
Yes, we are here.
Who is presenting? Juan?
Both of us are going to present.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have these 20 minutes, Juan and Catalina. So please present yourself and the paper.
Yeah, of course. Let me. Yes, this is the one.
And for the comments, we have then Alberto Dauria and Luis Antonio Dib, isn't it?
Well,
okay, I could. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, this paper, qualitative analysis of implemented policies and strategies by the Colombian government aiming to support the tourism sector facing the COVID-19 crisis, was written by Juan Fernando Sanson and me, which we are researcher from the Centro de Pensamiento Turístico de Colombia, a research group of Fundación Universitaria Capán and COTEC. As we already know, the health emergency has generated important impacts on tourism due to moving restrictions around the world, and several actors of these sectors have been affected through this, trying to follow prevention and protection actions like lockdown. This is why the government must take intervention through public policy, and different measures have been implemented, such as alleviation of taxation, lines of credit, and subsidies in order to keep alive companies. The research we present here seeks to evaluate the relevance of these measures proposed and implemented so far according to union leaders' perception and opinions, which indeed represent the affected actors.
Well, in order to base our research, we have taken tourism as an open system as our main theory. Tourism as an open system it's considered as a series of actors that interact between each other in order to pursue one objective in common. Therefore, they have to work together, but they are influenced by the environment, and also it gets influenced by, but also impacts the environment, sorry. These situations of the environment who can change the course of the current situation of tourism could be economical, health, and politics. So therefore, it's important for that public and private actors do different stuff to make the system work. In this order of ideas, we're going to focus this paper or this research, especially on the role that plays public and private actors on this system. Public actors being the government, and private actors being the associations that represent the interest of the different enterprises that compose the tourism system.
Yes, so we decided to develop a qualitative research in order to get a narrative analysis to understand the different point of views regarding the same issue, in this case, well, the impact. So we took information through two main sources. The first was the secondary sources. It was analyzed, a report analysis for published by the OECD, which will compare and like to analyze the national government measurement taken into facing the COVID-19 crisis. And the second source was the semi-structured interviews applied to 6 representatives of the country's tourism business association. So we have ANATO, which is the travel agency's representative. Cotelco is for the hotel and hospitality business. Acodres represents the restaurants and food and beverage companies. Acolab for attractions and theme parks. Asobares for bars and clubs. And at last, we have IATA for Colombia, representing the air transportation sector. We know is one of the most impacted sectors. So we want to know their opinions on the impacts generated by the pandemic, and as well the relevance of the policies and measurements implemented by the states, so we can compare the measures against their opinions of how good are them.
Okay.
Sorry. So we have also the time horizon of this research includes the months from March to August of this current year, in this time in which the mandatory preventive lockdown was maintained in Colombia.
Okay, perfect. So what have we found with our research? As we already know, COVID-19 has made a huge impact on tourism around the world, and Colombia is not the exception for that. So afterwards, our interviews with the leaders of tourism sector in Colombia, we have found that there were 3 main impacts on the tourism sector caused by COVID-19. The first one is the economic loss among the tourism actors. Why is that? Because during the lockdown, these enterprises couldn't work or couldn't operate as they did before. So is it estimated that around $1.8 million were lost in the hotel sector, $850,000 in the travel agency sector, and $850,000 as well in the food and beverage sector. What about the other sectors? We already know that there was also an economic loss, but there is not already calculated to know exactly how much money they have lost because of the pandemic. We also found that because of this economic loss and the restrictions to operate, there was a decrease on the employment rates among the tourism actors. We can say that 30% of people got affected who work in hotels, but even being fired or with a suspension of their contracts. 31% people were affected in the travel agency industry. And we don't know exactly the amount of money who got affected in the food and beverage industry, and that's because there is a high level of informality rates of people who work in this sector. But according to leaders of the food and beverage sector, they say that many people have been affected as well. And we also found out that 60% of people who works in attraction and theme parks got affected because the main reason or the essence of their work is to operate parks or to operate attractions. If they couldn't operate or they couldn't open to the public, well, they couldn't reinvent how they could work. So this is why 60% of people got affected. And also, we have found that there was an inability to pay leases, especially for restaurants, bars, parks, and some tourism agencies. Actually, according to the representatives of food and beverage sector, this could be one of the main reasons of closure of some businesses, because the landlords keep asking them for pay for the lease, but they didn't have the money, as we already seen, that to do that. So many of them had to close it and to return the place where they were operating. And also we have found that 30% of attractions would not reopen after the pandemic is over or during the recuperation time. This is a very massive impact in the tourism sector in the country. And as we can see that COVID-19 has made this huge impact that it's going to change how the system works in this country.
Yeah, so regarding to the measures implemented, we will focus on ensure business survival measures in order to highlight the opinions of the tourism sector representatives that my partner already mentioned. So the government has implemented postponement and reduction of taxes such as VAT, consumption taxes, postponement of the renewal of mercantile registries and tax contributions, which are taxes specialized for this sector, right? We also have Colombia Responde, which is a credit line for business of the tourism sector with an important amount of $62 million. And it is included for airlines as well. We also have a zero rate established for aircraft parking services of Colombian companies of regular public passenger transport to alleviate these Colombian companies especially. And the implementation of communication channel with Latin American tourism authorities to get to know good practices for the whole other authorities in order that this is quite unpredictable and is new for everyone. And in the other hand, the World Tourism Organization recommendations were taken into account for the national authorities, and there were implemented biosafety protocols. So we have check-in certificado. It was implemented by the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Tourism of the Colombian government, and it seeks or it aiming to generate confidence for the market. So it could be applied for destinations and tourism companies for to make comfortable tourists, guests, hosts, and everyone to make a better environment and to to decrease the risk perception. So on the other hand, we have also the stamp Juntos contra el COVID, or Together Against COVID stamp for Cotelco, which is specialized in hotel and hospitality industry, and it provides hygienic conditions of these spaces and makes people feel better in this spaces, the hotel and hospitality.
Well, as my partner already said, the main objective of this research was to analyze what do the leaders think about the previous measures implemented by the government, and if they think that these measures were all right for to face the crisis that the different companies were facing because of the COVID-19. What we have found is that the leaders of tourism have been well receptive of the policies and strategies implemented by the government, but they think that they haven't been enough. And there is a reason why they haven't been enough. And they say that it could be because Colombia has other problems to face as well. We are not a fully developed country, so we have to attend other different issues, such as poverty, such as social problems, political problems, safety problems. So if the government wanted to do more, they couldn't do it either because they don't already have the resources to do it, and we have other stuff to do as well. So what did we do here? We analyzed each one of these different measures proposed by the government, and we evaluate them with a green circle or an orange circle. The green ones are those who they think they were the greatest measures implemented by the government, and the orange ones are those who they think they had a good intention or had a good prospection, but they were not developed in the right way. So to begin with, we will highlight that the tourism leaders think that the direct communication between the government and the associations was a very nice thing to do during the pandemic, especially in the beginning, because the associations had the chance to talk directly with the president or the government team to expose what do they think about the measures, what they could do, to help the companies, the enterprises, the actors of tourism. So we can say that the government was open for communication. We also saw that the strategies to help to the air transport industry were very highlighted, especially by the IATA representative for Colombia, because they think that the government was a pioneer with some of the measures to help the air industry. So talking about lower taxes or lower rates of parking, some loans for some airlines, something like that. So they think that the government has had a good treatment with the air transport sector. Talking about those orange things that we found, we were going to start with the taxes and payment special treatment matters. Because in the beginning, the people or the leaders said that this measure was well intended, but it was not fully enough accurate to help the companies. And why is that? Because we didn't think that the pandemic would last this long. So we are talking about 5 months. And this measure was implemented by the beginning of the pandemic. So in the beginning, it was okay because it helped the companies to have a better cash flow. But right now they have to pay the taxes, but we already don't have a completely open tourism sector. So it was great at the beginning, but right now it's not going to fulfill what the companies are expecting. The same thing happened with the special loans and credits for tourism business. Why is that? Because even though the government said that there were going to be some economical resources to help the industry especially, they did it through the private banks. So what do the private banks do? They study the financial situation of the companies when they are going to ask for this credit. And if they were not open, they were not operating, so they didn't have the money or the financial structure to answer for the credit. So we found that even though this measure was well intended, at the end didn't impact many people or many companies or many enterprises in the tourism sector. Also, as expected, correctly. And also, some of them or some of the companies don't want to increase their debt level. So they say that okay, it's okay that they want to loan some money to lend some money for us, but we don't want to pay more interests and everything, something like that after the loan is given. So it was a great intended policy, but not well executed. And another thing happened with the economic aids to paid employees. It happened more or less like the special loans and credit for tourism business. But in this case, the government conditioned this help only for the companies who hadn't fired or suspended some contracts with their employees. But this special measure was implemented by June or July, so more or less by that time. And the pandemic and the lockdown started in March. So what did the enterprises did in the beginning? Because they didn't know what was going to happen. They fired some employees, they suspended some contracts, and then when they wanted to access to this aid to pay the employees that they already had, they couldn't do it. So another well-intended measure, but not well executed. And regarding the special treatment to pay leases in order to help the people to keep the places where they operate, the government made some policies or strategies, but they helped the landlords and not the people who lend the property. So what do we find there is that they couldn't negotiate with the landlords to special rates or special payment treatments, so in order they could keep the operation of the business. What have we learned from the pandemic on tourism sector in Colombia? The first thing that we have learned is that tourism industry takes an important place on Colombian economy, especially for the cities on the coast and some of other cities in the center of the country. And also, considering tourism as a system, it is necessary to join forces among the tourism leaders to work as a team and to make this sector a stronger one. We usually think that tourism is only the hotel industry or the travel agency industry, but this pandemic has shown us, or has has strengthened the opinion to see that tourism as a system, and it is not only hotels, not only travel agencies, it's also attractions, theme parks, air transport, ground transport, food and beverage industry. So we have to work together to make this sector a more competitive and stronger one. And it's also time to strengthen the tourism industry in Colombia, because the pandemic has shown some flaws of the sector in this country. How could we do that? Through public policies for tourism in the country, strengthen the National Tourism Fund in order to help the enterprises to face crises such as COVID-19 crisis in the future, improve our sustainability policies, lower costs of operation in our country, and more and longer aids to help the business to recuperate after the pandemic is over, and also during this recuperation period. What conclusions do we have for this research? Well, tourism is an open system that affects and gets affected by the environment, and also it's going to change its function according to these changes. The role of the government and private associations has been very important to overcome the crisis. But also we have found that the policies and the strategies have been received as a government effort to help the industry, but they haven't been enough in order to help every single company of this sector to improve or to face this crisis caused by COVID-19.
Yes, as Juan already said, the pandemic has shown some flaws in the industry to overcome. It's not just the pandemic and the decrease of tourists. It is some more structural flaws related to legislation, informal businesses. So we have to work better and overcome this kind of difficulties. And it is mandatory for the governments to keep helping the industry to become more competitive and sustainable one. It is important to be aware of the role they are playing in the system, and they got to be the leaders of this, how they have to lead where the sector wants to go. And so that is why it is important for us, the government measurement. So as I mentioned, the horizon of the research is from March to August. So we will look forward for what is happening this month. In September, there are happening new things. The lockdown has ended, so we need to see how the industry evolves, and let's see if this situation and the measures are going to be effective or not, or what else we have to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan and Catalina, for the presentation. Now we have Alberto Dauria for the comments.
Yes, I'm here. Can you listen to me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to congratulate Catalina and Samson that it's good to hear two researchers together here presenting this paper, this very important paper. Let me share my PowerPoints just a second. Can you see?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. It is important to note that the comments herein are exclusively contributory, so and should be evaluated, of course, by the authors according to the original objectives of the research. Okay. First of all, I would like to emphasize the relevance of this study, since any kind of proposal to support the tourism trade during the COVID-19 pandemic is at least uncertain. Therefore, it is essential, fundamental to understand how this is impacting the productive chain of tourism. Moreover, for different countries, we have different strategies from the public government. and also different results. So it makes that researches like this should also serve as comparison parameters. So I would like to see, for example, any kind of similar study here in Brazil and in other countries, so you could compare this kind of perception. So this is a very, very relevant study. In this period of pandemic, I think the discussion based on the complex tourism system, which was the theoretical framework chosen by the authors that you could see in the presentation, for me, it seems to be even more relevant, because considering that the assumptions of tourism planning and now, because of the pandemic, they have the opportunity to be reviewed. And here it is important to point out that the literature review of carried out by the authors brings seminal, fundamental reference on this subject. However, this is my first suggestion, adding one or two more recent references in the literature review, preferably peer-reviewed papers, last 5 years, for example, would, for me, it would like update and bring a little bit of freshness to the debate about the tourism system. And I think it's going to enrich the discussion of the paper. As far as the general structure and also the methodological procedures, they are adequate to the proposal and objectives of the paper. For me, they are very adequate, very okay. The analysis of the results was well conducted. For me, they brought to light the perspective of the interviewees regarding the policies established by the Colombian government during the pandemic. As a suggestion, my second suggestion, I would recommend the production of a summary table before the conclusion of the paper, with the findings of greater prominence and relevance, in order to give a visual appeal to the results. I think during your presentation, you already started doing this when you use those different colors to analyze the results. I think if you go deeper into this and create like a summary table, it's going to enrich the article. And so for the above reasons, for me, the paper has necessary requirements for publication. I think it's a very relevant study, very important to in this period. And I would like to congrats the authors for the study, for the research, and thank you for the opportunity to review this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto.
Alberto, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Juan and Catalina, do you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to say something regarding the first comments of Alberto. Actually, this study began as a comparison study. We started to see what other countries have done, but because of the difficulty to access to some information or something like that, we decided to focus only this time in Colombia. But it's also, I agree with you that we could do this in a very huge, in another level, sorry, you know, like that's it. And thank you for your comments. Yeah, they are very accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Luis Antonio here?
Professor Juan, if I may, I can make the comments on behalf of Professor D, because he is, we made the review together, to be honest. So Professor Luis Antonio, he couldn't make it to this session right now. So is it okay?
Who's talking, Marcelo?
Yes, I'm.
So you are presenting the review of Luis.
I don't think you were listening. Okay.
Excuse me. You are presenting the review of Luis?
Right.
Or you're okay. Right. Let's go ahead. Quickly, because we have 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. No, it's gonna
Thank
be
you.
So just first of all, congratulate the authors on the work. Definitely some of the comments that I have will overlap a little with Alberto I have already mentioned. By the way, good to see you here, Alberto. Long time no see. Let me just share the screen real quick. If you're seeing the presentation. Okay, so just start by saying that I really read your work with a lot of interest. I think that not only the relevance of the study, but the way you have structured it sort of helps the readers and kind of it's a sort of a storyline with what you're studying here. So just start by saying that the theoretical approach that you chose, systematic theoretical approach to tourism, I like that choice because it allows you to sort of localize the key stakeholders that you're assessing. So these are representatives from associations, and this is their view. So to use the systematic approach helps localize who these people are within the broader context of the tourist destination. Also, the authors use various sectors. It's not only a one kind of type of sector analysis, it's not just lodging, not just restaurants, but you use representatives from several of these industries. Like I said, there's a good organization flow in the paper. You start by stating what was the COVID impact in Colombia, what are the government's measures adopted, what is the relevance of these measures according to your informant, and what are the learnings from it. So this is a very good structure. And also you not only diagnoses the issues, but you also make propositions. So in terms of the practical contributions of your work, I think it's very obvious. So just a few comments on what I think would be the opportunities for improvement. I really do like when in the conclusions you sort of recap what was the actual study's goal, so you can kind of confront with what you have found in your field and with your data, and then see how much of that has been actually achieved. And also, it's also good to report some of the limitations that you face with. It helps us understand the process of your research. I agree but like this is kind of just a short recommendation. I think that the most important really is to update a little bit the literature, because because you're using this very well-known framework from tourism, so you really go to the traditional authors. And I know COVID-19 is still a novelty, but there are already studies that have been published in peer-reviewed journals that you can try to use to help with the updating process. Also try to make more clear in your conclusions what in your findings add up to this literature, to this new what are the theoretical contributions of your work. I think that will enhance the chances of getting published, especially in an academic journal. So yeah, these would be my comments.
Thank you, Marcelo. Juan and Catalina, do you want to say something very quick?
I agree. Thank you very much with everything that you say.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for both, and let's go now to the last paper of the final paper of this session. Ciania is it correct, the pronunciation?
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, so from the north of Mexico, no?
Yes, let me share my screen.
Okay, so then we have the comments of Osiris and Catalina.
Okay, well, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to present you the paradox of competitiveness in tourism compared to COVID-19. Well, as we know, tourism is a dynamic activity in the economy of the countries and now has been diminished by the COVID-19 pandemic. As health security is compromised, it has meant an economic decline in the sector. So in this scenario of uncertainty, the search for strategies to deal with the situation has become the priority, but not only for the business sector, but also for the governments. In this context, the plans and programs to counteract the effects imply a paradigm shift. This has to face the paradox of competitiveness to rethink how to develop tourism activity. So in this scenario, we are making a first approach to examine the health emergency presented by the global pandemic since March in Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, which is a community established in the north of Mexico, in the border with the United States. Well, for Mexico, tourist activity before COVID represented an 8.7% of the GDP. Now we have faced a loss of 37.4% of its visitors, and the current occupancy average is around 28.7%. Before all this, it was around 60.9%, so it's a big difference right now. But we know that this situation will change at the rate at which the reactivation traffic light changes, which at the time of this investigation, Ciudad Juárez is on yellow traffic light, which has allowed services businesses, including hotels, to be at 60% of their capacity. But the sanitary recommendations are still enforced, and their compliance is monitored through private policies. Well, here when we talk about the paradox of competitiveness, we are referring that in the search of tourism competitiveness, in the reality are models and proposals that divide activity and develop strategies that do not have the synergy between the different political levels and related economic sectors. This is where the paradox arises, since competitiveness is sought through what could be an individual effort, when we know that tourism is an interconnected activity, not only between companies that provide services in this area, but is also related to other economic sectors. Therefore, its competitiveness will be compromised with external and internal aspects to its system. So this systematic competitiveness approach will consider both elements in the search of a complete contextualization that allows generating strategies that seek sustainable differentiations based on integration and social improvement through complex and dynamic interactions between the state, the companies, the intermediary institutions, and the organizational capacity of the society. This proposed is that competitiveness is the product of the complex and dynamic interactions between these four levels that you can see in the image. This from a national system, which are a meta level that we can situate it with the capacity of the agents at the three levels, local, regional, and national, to create favorable conditions for economic and social development. In the macro level is in where they exert a pressure on companies through performance demands. The meso level, we can mention the state and the social actors, referring to the institutional structure to support competitiveness, that develop a specific support policies, promote the formation of the structures, and articulate the learning process at the social level. And finally, we have the micro level that refers to the companies, which must simultaneously seek efficiency, quality, flexibility, and a speed of reaction that I think now more than ever is really needed. And the ideal is that many of them needs to be articulated on collaborative networks. So in this way, the theory of systemic competitiveness is characterized and distinguished, first of all, by the recognition that an industrial development is not only the responsibility of the companies at the micro level or of the conditions of a macroeconomic level, but it's an interaction through the constant dialogue between the government, private organizations, and society. With this vision and the aim of making a first approach, we did from a qualitative perspective an analysis of the effects of COVID-19 in Ciudad Juárez. For this, first we did a SWOT to see the internal and external situation. And then to contrast this, we organized 3 discussion panels with members of civil associations, the government, private sector, and the academy. To analyze all this information, we had the support of the Software Atlas team. Well, I'm showing you just a part of the analysis. In this way, within the diagnosis, it is observed that for the destinations, the scarce financial resources, deteriorated image of the destination, the closure of the border, and the destination loyalty are one of the main weaknesses identified. On the other hand, the strength, we have the binational socioeconomic interdependence. We have the strength of the business and medical tourism that is promoted by the health, medical, and tourism cluster. We also have the Chihuahua brand that promotes the destination, and the Ciudad Juárez Treasure Program that strengthens the perception of cultural heritage, first internally with the residents, and then externally with the visitors and tourists. So reflecting in our first step, the weaknesses and the strengths in this diagnosis, there are those considered internal to the destination. The prognosis is made linking them and giving an advanced proposals to direct the strategies. One could speak of seeking to guarantee binational mobility, seeking to strengthen collaboration between both border cities, as well as tourist products aimed at business and medical tourism. For the external analysis, we can highlight in the threats the actual border business models, the anti-migrant policies, and tariff barriers, the uncertainty in tourism due to the pandemic, and sanitary restrictions can be stipulated. On the other hand, from the opportunities, it could be mentioned to direct tourism toward to strengthening of social values, cultural and historical heritage, development based on the history of the community, guaranteeing certainty in tourist services, and the search for new markets. Therefore, the strategies should be aimed at magnifying identified values and developing tourism products for this, as well as financial re-engineering in promoting destinations and reinforcing the World Tourism Organization campaign at the 3 levels of government. Well, this takes us to proposed plans and programs that can be observed from the 4 levels of the systemic competitiveness. In this way, at the meta level, the repositioning of tourism trends in the north is solved through the enhancement of the ethnic groups of the town, as well as with tourism products that can highlight the historical process of the revolution that took place on the border. For the development of cultural and historical heritage, we have to use the Chihuahua brand, and with the Ciudad Juárez Treasure Program, which are programs that require of the coordination of society and the public sector through associations that allow the organization of the three levels of government. In the next level that we can see is the macro level. The financing and cash flow requirement was established through the extraordinary financial resources plan, since the proper administration of these resources as well as their distribution correspond to the federal government. At the meso level, the city brand loyalty plan is placed through the proposals for services verification programs, as well as the development of skills that must be coordinated through business associations, but fundamentally with collaboration from the government sphere through emergency public policies to promote their implementation. And finally, at the micro level, where companies must simultaneously seek efficiency and quality, the corporate image plan is proposed through loyalty programs for workers, employees, and visitors. Well, now with these proposals, we try to contrast them with the discussion panels, and the main results can be divided into parts. First, we have the current panorama from the perspective of those involved. And second, we have the contrast of the initial proposals with the needs and the competitive advantage mentioned by the participants. So first, in the current panorama of Ciudad Juárez, the situation for hotels in the current yellow traffic light in which the city is located has allowed some to be open with the indications of maintaining a low occupancy. Like I said before, the 60% of it. Others have not yet opened, and others were used as sanitary filters, as well as support for medical personnel. Among the immediate strategies are specialized planning programs, agreements with employees, seeking the flexibility in their functions to keep them within the company, private policies to guarantee the safety of customers and employees. And finally, we have the competitive advantage that were highlighted by the participants. First is the strategic location, because we are a border. The second one is the connectivity with more than 25 direct destinations with the United States and the rest of the Mexican Republic, as well as the existing clusters and associations that seek the synergy between economic sectors. And for the contrast, we have here the initial proposals and the perspectives of the participants allow to establish an interaction and cohesion between them, what was established on the SWOT and with the opinion of the participants. The needs with greater interest were the contingency fund, the mobility, education, and loyalty. The contingency fund refers to a trust proposal between employees and employers to foresee future emergency situations, which speaks of a prevention and an adaptation strategy, which is aligned with what is proposed within the plan of extraordinary financial resources, which also strengthens the need for re-engineering in the service, as well as financial aspects in tourism companies. We have also mobility was a relevant issue due to the current border crossing restrictions that we have right now, and the connectivity that the city currently has. The location is established as a competitive advantage, but there is an agreement on the need to improve this mobility to the destination. In terms of accessibility as a destination for the movement of passengers at the airport, as well in the infrastructure of the city. So for the conclusions, among the main resulting concerns as a tourist destination are the sanitary restrictions imposed, such as the closure of the border, limited resources, and the loyalty of human capital. This is how proposals for adaptation and cooperation for the development and the strengthening of regional tourism arise primarily through cultural heritage. And although the COVID pandemic made the needs of tourism in the city evident, it also reveals the capacity of tourism companies to adapt to the paradigm shift, as well as opportunities to strengthen cooperation and collaboration. In addition, the interconnection that exists at different levels and economic sectors is observed, which confirms that the concept of systemic competitiveness is current and necessary to address the new panorama facing tourism. And finally, the need to encourage binational transit through interdependent agreements in the cross-border area and programs to verify services in the border tourism are pending issues, but achievable with the political will. And well, this will be all for me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Tianya, for the presentation. Thank you very much. Osiris, are you ready to discuss this paper?
Yes, I am. Just a second. Can you see it?
Yes.
So I read the paper, The Paradox of Competitiveness in Tourism Compared to COVID-19, very carefully. So I'm gonna do some comments to improve your work, Zanya, and of your colleagues. So let's see. About the strengths, I think the paper brings an interesting reality about the competitiveness of a border city in Mexico, which is Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. It's what Chihuahua.
Yeah, like that, Chihuahua.
Yeah. So the discussion on systematic competitiveness is interesting because it fits into the current and post-pandemic recovery. And I really like the way in which the authors systematize the information obtained in the graphs throughout the article. It's quite enlightening and useful. So about the weakness, in the introduction session, there are no references from the literature on the topic in order to situate the reader in the proposed discussion. Additionally, the methodology and the research gap are not well specified in this session, in the introduction. Maybe it would be profitable to write a paragraph about the research gap or something. It would be interesting for the literature review session to move to a more integrative format. Currently, the option for a more descriptive review does not allow us to understand how the themes discussed by the different authors are interrelated. The methodology session made a superficial discussion about the procedures to perform the SWOT analysis, the panel discussion, and the speech analysis. And it would be interesting for the literature review to move, oh no, sorry, it's again. And what I think it should be done for the paper to be published. So I made it by point of the session, by item. So about the abstract, I suggest that must be written in a single block. It must contain the methodology and the main research results. In the keywords, I suggest to insert the term competitiveness or tourism competitiveness because it's not there and is in the title, or tourism systematic competitiveness. So I don't know what word fits better. And about the introduction, my suggestion is restructuring the introduction session to include an integrative literature review, constructing the research gap and the methods adopted in a clear and objective way. And another issue that needs to be addressed is the justification of why choosing the city of Juarez as an object of analysis, because it's not there. I don't know exactly why the city was chosen. About the literature review, as I have already pointed out, it would be interesting for the literature review session to move to a more integrative format. A systematic literature review could be recommended in this case, since the topic of competitiveness has a very high volume of publication over time. And about the methodology, my suggestion is to make the procedures adopted clearer. Some questions still to be addressed. For example, how was the information for the construction of the SWOT matrix obtained? Who were interviewed on the discussion panel and the questions that were raised? How they were conducted? What the procedures used to perform the content analysis? Was any software used for this? You talked about the software in your presentation. I think it's Atlas, but it's not in the paper. If so, which one? It was Atlas. So, and talking about the discussion of the results, the authors could better explore the results found. There's more information in the graphics that you presented than what is discussed in the text. So I think you should bring some information to the text, some information that it is in the graphs. And for me, it's not clear what the numbers in brackets in graphs 5 and 6 represent. This could be made clearer. There is some numbers. I think these numbers are from Atlas, so it would be profitable if it's made clearer. And finally, about the conclusion, I suggest that the final considerations include some discussions that address the managerial, theoretical, and future research implications in the area of analysis, and how to relate the competitiveness paradox proposed at the beginning of the article with the results. Because I think there is no connection with the competitiveness paradox put at the beginning and the discussion of the competitiveness paradox with the results presented. So it would be much more clear if you can do this connection, this link. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Siris. Sianya, do you want to say something about these comments?
Well, thank you so much. It's very detailed, so I'm going to look forward to make the improvements in my paper.
It was a very detailed discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you. Catalina?
How could I la pantalla la otra persona desea continuar? Okay, I will just present the screen. Can you see this screen, my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Sianya, thank you very much for the information. I get to know a new version of competitiveness. I found it very useful. But I think I will just present some of my comments and some ideas and suggestions for you to get better the document. I was agree with some of the comments from Professor Osiris, so I will just make it very concrete for the time. So as a non-Mexican reader, I mean, from other people, I mean, you could get an idea for Mexico, but not in the regional and local level. So I just suggest to include a short context framework of what is Chihuahua and this Ciudad Juarez context in order to understand better the location and what are the main challenge for facing impacts of coronavirus, right? So this is one of the most important things as a non-Mexican reader. I mean, I think it's missing for other readers. The theoretical framework for me is the strength of the paper. I mean, it makes clear why the competitiveness must be analyzed from all levels. Nevertheless, I agree with Professor Osiris in which it would be better if it is a concrete. It's not divided by different, but a concrete space. But I think it's complete and it's accurate and appropriate. We already know the methodology is scoring and appropriate, but I get confused with the same thing that Professor Osiris mentioned about the software you use, Atlas. It shows some numbers, so it make me feel confused in it, which is the relationship between the findings and the context of the SWOT analysis. So I get a bit confused with this. So the number might be explaining better. I think it's important to see what the numbers are related and what does that mean, right? And for me, it is also relative that the title is the paradox, but in the conclusion is not said what is this paradox and how the study deal with it at the end. I mean, as well, if it is the paradigm breaking and all the new things this Chihuahua productive sector is dealing with is not concluded like in a clear way. What is the paradox and how this is review. So for me, these are the main things, and I think it's quite similar for Professor Osiris.
Thank you, Catalina. Thank you for the comments. Somebody else wants to ask something, or Tiania, do you want to respond to these comments?
Well, thank you to Catalina. I will take that in account to my paper, and I don't have anything more to say right now.
Somebody else? No? No more questions, no more comments. I think we have a break here. A coffee break or mate break or or Coca-Cola break for Natalia. So I am looking the landscape behind Caetano, and I want to be there. So let's organize the workshop next time in South Africa.
Yeah.
You are most welcome.
Let's talk with our friend Andrea Simon also, and let's go to South Africa and organize it.
We are ready for the challenge. It will be lovely seeing you at this side.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So we have a break. See you in 20 minutes. Thank you very much to everybody. It was a very nice session, and the workshop is going very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you in 20 minutes.
Olá, Mariana, tudo bem? A gente está só aguardando aqui mais um pouquinho, mais uns minutinhos, a gente vai recomeçar.
Tá joia, Glauber. Eu fiquei até ativei meu som aqui para ver se eu estava ouvindo, ou se, né, tinha alguém apresentando, mas tá tudo certo. Beleza. A gente vai começar com o da South Africa?
Isso.
Joia.
Aliás, eu
Tá.
até comentei errado com você, né? O seu paper é o segundo.
Não, tranquilo. Tranquilo, então eu tinha entendido direitinho. Tá ótimo. Valério. Você que me perguntou o negócio da letra?
Foi.
Foi. Então,
Foi.
eu não sei de cabeça, mas eu tô até olhando aqui para te falar. Você escreve qualquer coisa, né? Vai lá no escrever, aí você clica nas cores. Aí você clica é até engraçado. Você clica nas cores, só que tem que clicar no A, estrelinha, estrelinha. Esse aqui, ó, do meio. Não sei se você vai conseguir ver. A letra.
Tô olhando, tô olhando.
Esse aqui, ó. Esse aqui. Aí, tá vendo? Eu cliquei numa estrelinha. Aí depois eu vou e clico no preto. Aí ele aparece o fundo branco. Mas se eu clicar em outra cor, vai também, outra cor.
É o que tem 3 estrelinhas, né?
Duas.
Duas, tá.
Entendeu?
Vou usar nas postagens.
Então tá bom. Uma coisa pequenininha. Tem uma mulher que é muito boa para essas ideias. Depois eu vou achar o nome e te mando aí no direct. Ela tem um monte de ideia legal. Tá bom?
Eu quero.
Okay, guys, so let's start again. So now we're going to have our last session for the day. In this session, we have 4 papers. And the first one is from the researcher that is enjoying the best sea view of the workshop, Caetano. So please, Caetano, the word is yours. You have 20 minutes, and then we're going to have comments from Juan Fernando Sanson, Giuseppe Catenazzo, and Neha Mishra.
Okay, good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon that side. My name is Caetano Dube. I will present, let me try and project my, share the screen. Sorry, I'm just looking for my presentation. Looks like so many windows. Not sure what's going on. Let's see, let me try again. There we go.
Yes, we are seeing your screen.
There you go. All right. My name is Caetano Dube from Valley University of Technology in South Africa. I'm going to make a presentation entitled COVID-19 South African Lockdown Prospects and Prospects for the Local and Regional Tourism Industry. So the advent of COVID-19, pandemic at the end of 2019 triggered a global chaos, and with travel and tourism industry being one of the worst affected sectors globally. As we all know, the tourism industry is also blamed for being one of the facilitator, for playing a facilitator role in terms of the spreading of that particular disease. The disease, to contain the disease, resulted in near shutdown. The desire to contain the disease resulted in the near shutdown of global borders. One of the countries that instituted hard lockdown measures is, of course, South Africa on the 26th of March. And we saw that starting in the America and also then spreading into the into Europe and the rest of the world followed likewise. The national shutdown resulted in the closure of borders and seaports for international and national travel within South Africa. And if you check on the screen, you'll see that so in between that particular, when the first survey was conducted, most of the countries did not actually allow people to either get in or out of the country. And we see some easing of those particular border closures as we move from June, July, and also September. So as of the 1st of September, you can see that particularly in the Southern African region where my study is focused on, the countries, most of the countries are still under severe lockdown, only in allowing limited domestic travel. But as we move forward, we see that most of the countries are planning to actually open up their borders starting on the 1st of October. So we anticipate that on the 1st of October, we'll be receiving our first international travelers, particularly in most of the countries within the region. Lockdowns limited the capacity for people to travel between places. And we know that tourism industry is predicated on the socialization. So this curtailed the movement of people and also affected the tourism industry. This study sought to investigate the impact of shutdown on national and regional tourism industry, and also to assess the impact of shutdown on travel and hospitality industry in South Africa, and assess also the regional implications, particularly given that the position that South Africa actually enjoys. So South Africa is the international travel hub for the region, with most of the destinations that are found in the SADC area enjoying transport networking from South Africa. So meaning to say, if South Africa remains closed, it have got serious implications on other destinations that you have to receive their tourists through OR Tambo, Cape Town International, or King Shaka in Durban. And on the map there, you see part of the regional route that is actually used by airlines that connect to South Africa. So in this study, we made use of primary data, secondary data from Stats SA. Stats SA is the board that is entrusted legally to collect the statistics of the country. We also make use of ministerial reports and other relevant reports from business media reports, and also from UNWTO and WTTC. We also make use of archival data and Google mobility reports. Now, I'm sure some of us would remember that when the pandemic started in March, Google started collecting the movement of people. So we make use of that data to see how people then how the travel restrictions affected people movement in between places, and also to tourist resorts. Analysis, we made use of content analysis and also thematic analysis. Results and discussion. COVID-19 seriously impaired human movement, including tourist sites so if you check on the graph that is on your wall, you will see that in between February, there was a lot of movement in the positive territories. There was a lot of movement of people in between retail and recreational areas, parks, which are our national parks, which is part of the important heritage that we use to actually lure tourists. So most of the people that do travel also visited national park and transit stations. So this is data that shows you how the transition, people were moving in between airports and also other important travel nodes. International tourism movement was also significantly affected, as you see on the next graph. And from February, you can actually see on the graph that comes from UNWTO that by April, May, June, we had almost minus 99% in comparison to the previous year. So we see almost zero movement in terms of international travels, except for people that repatriation and other essential people that were actually moving. But at the beginning of the year, you can actually see that we had more of a surplus in terms of slightly more people than we received last year. So it means to say that the industry was expecting a good year. We are now in September, and our peak travel season for the region, for the SADC region, is between, between July and August. If we are to use the data from next year, then you will see also another peak in December. But as I have indicated, most of the countries in the region are planning to open up in October. So that had serious implications. So the impact of shutdown on hospitality industry, and also if you look at the accommodation, our accommodation establishments, various types of accommodation that we have got a very good performance, but you see that slump that starts in February and reaching an almost 100% slump in March, April. So some restrictions, some limited movement was allowed for domestic people to travel inside the country. As of June, as the country moved through the various stages, we had 5 phases of lockdown. Starting with lockdown level 5, which was the hard lockdown, where no one was moving except for essential workers. So if you look at the revenue there, you will see that in terms of the accommodation, the revenue, there was serious revenue losses that were incurred by the accommodation sector, with various and serious implications in terms of the sustainability of most tourism industry. But as you move from June, July, August, we see some minimal sort of movement in terms of the hotel space starting to operating between 5 and as of August, we're about 10% hotel occupants in major hotel groups. So you start to see some recovery that is actually taking place. So as a consequence of the hard lockdown, we saw that a number of tourism accommodation establishments, particularly in the hospitality sector, were seriously affected. I think some of the most recognized industry experiencing their financial losses. And a few weeks ago, we saw one of the prominent accommodation establishment being put under administration as the investors try to contain and to ensure that the business remain afloat. Not only the accommodation, but also we saw South Africa is one of the countries that was seriously affected in terms of the aviation industry that failed. So we had major conventional airlines, South African Airlines, which is national flagship airline that also operates to Brazil, being put under administration. And as of now, it is 50-50 as to whether that particular South African Airways will emerge from this particular pandemic as the company went under, so to speak, to put it bluntly. So the anticipation is that the government is trying to source some money to get the airline back into operation sometime in January next year. And mind you, this particular airline is one that is dominating in terms of regional and also linking the domestic tourism nodes. We have also Comair, which operate under British Airways, and also the Kulula airline also being put under administration, with plans emerging that this particular airline is going to only come back into service after fresh injection of some funds in early December, if all goes well. We also had SA Airlink being liquidated. And these are airlines that had serious regional and also domestic network. So particularly, I think the failure of airlines is going to affect the region quite drastically, in the sense that the South African airspace and South African ports, they provided links to other routes, but most importantly, also because so it means that the other destinations that were actually be relying on those particular airlines are not going to be serviced, particularly for the remainder of the year. That is going to have serious implications on the tourism industry, because people need fast, as the tourism industry emerge from this pandemic, there is need for fast, efficient transport network system, which is greatly compromised. But if you look at low-cost airlines, we've got other 2 low-cost airlines that seem to have weathered the storm. But as you will see, one of the airlines, a low-cost airline called Mango, that is also operating in to Mauritius seem to be failing also to service their debts, particularly with the airports. So the aviation and the airports industry is severely also undermined, which is going to affect the recovery process for the region in Southern Africa. As a result, to just make it brief, there is need for urgent funding covering all the sectors of the tourism industry. Adoption of safe travel protocols, government relief packages are needed if the travel and tourism industry is to be sustained going forward. And this both from a domestic approach and also from a regional approach. Government-induced travel incentives are also needed, particularly for the domestic travel. South Africa having the biggest domestic travel, given the size and the influence of its economy. There's also need to cut taxes so as to allow people to be able to move and ensure that there's affordability and make travel palatable, particularly for the cash-strapped people. For the country as a whole, experience massive job losses. So the very small market that is left there needs to be incentivized, and you need to also reduce the amount of costs for people to travel. Affordable credit extension is also required, and funding for green recovery across the sector to ensure an efficiency. And this efficiency will feed into the profitability of these businesses. Otherwise, most of the tourism businesses are not going to emerge out of this clear. If you look as of 3 days ago, we see there are 100 countries that has adopted the safe travel protocols. But if you look within the SADC, you only see about 2-3 countries that have adopted the protocols. And from what we have seen from other studies is that the travel sector seems to be responding. So when you have infections going up, you have also the travel industry going down. So there is need for a regional or a global sort of approach to ensure that every country adopts safe travel protocols. In South Africa, we have got several nodes that have adopted this, but as a country, we haven't adopted this. And it is our argument that the survival of the tourism industry solely depends on every country actually adopting safe travel protocols. Thank you very much. I'll end here, but maybe before I end, we have got a book that was also published 2-3 days ago that is also looking at the same topic. I'll end here for now.
Very good, Caetano. And you were quite fast to organize this book, right? Very good.
Thank you.
So now we have the comments. First from Juan Fernando Sanson.
Yes. Can you please, Caetano, stop sharing your screen so I can share mine, please?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to talk to you about right now the paper review about this paper called COVID-19 South Africa Lockdown Prospects for the Local and Regional Tourism Industry. I personally found this paper very interesting for a personal way, because it was very similar to what we did with Catalina, and it was in the same way. So I really enjoyed reading and knowing what was happening in South Africa, and it's, well, as we can see, it's not very different from the rest of the world. And well, that's our challenge right now. So I have some paper strengths. First of all, I really like to highlight the information that you share is very well supported, and it can show what it's the tourism sector facing in South Africa. That it was a very nice thing to do, and you consulted a different kind of data sources that helped you to prove what was going on and what's happening over there. Well, so that's what I like to continue, that the data that you presented allow the reader to know the main problems of the tourism sector in the country. And it also concludes with a series of recommendations to overcome the crisis, not only showing the data, also proposing something else. That was really good. And the paper has the main section for an academic work. So I really think that it's very helpful for the academic environment to have a paper such as like the one that you just presented. I just have two recommended changes or something to improve. I didn't find the literature review in the paper. I saw some of this stuff on the introduction, that you were even like quoting some other papers that I think that you were the author as well, but I didn't find that special thing, the literature review. And well, I was expecting in the paper to be yeah. And at the moment of presenting financial data, I advise you to show it in rands and also in dollars. There was just one moment that you show it in dollars as well, but in other moments it is helpful for the readers that we are not from South Africa to understand what's the main impact talking about financial data. That was something that I really wanted to know, because at the moment when I was reading your paper, I didn't know exactly what the change was and that stuff, and so that's the thing that I could talk about.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Caetano, do you want to give any answer to Juan? Or should we move on to the next commentator? Okay, so actually I'm not sure if the next two commentators are here in the room. They are Giuseppe and Niha. Is any of these two people here?
I don't think they are.
Yeah, I think they are not. But Giuseppe had already sent his comments, and I was reading here, and maybe to improve a little bit more the discussion here, I will read one provocative question that Giuseppe did. He says, investing more in technology and health-related protocols are undoubtedly advisable policies, but most players in the tourism industry lack liquidity. Governmental deficits, at least in many countries, do skyrocket. So how and who should support these improvements financially? That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Okay, should I respond to that?
If you want to. It's a tough question, right?
Okay, so I think I've been listening to some webinars, I think particularly for the World Bank and also IMF, where they've got these particular pockets of fund that is actually providing some relief money to the to various countries. It would be nice for countries, given the significant role that is played by the tourism industry, to tap in from some of those cheaper finances that is actually being provided by either IMF or World Bank to actually invest into the tourism industry, given their significant role that they play. So there is money, and we see, I think, some of the countries, we have even had, I think, some interest being kept, and some countries being allowed not to pay some of their debts. So these are some of the things I think that the government, it would be easier, I think, for government to create a stimulus, because I think the government is the only source that actually can actually stimulate, and also the banks, the national banks that we have.
Okay, great. So is there any further question from people in the room? Natalia, enfim, Gabriel. Any question? Veronica, Osiris? No? Okay. So thanks, Caetano. Thanks very much for your presentation. And now we move on. Yeah, thank you. So now we move on to the next presentation. Now I see Mariana and Bruno also was here in the room. I'm not sure who is going to present.
It's me. Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'll share here my screen. Can you see it already?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just a second.
Yeah, Mariana, you will have 20 minutes for presentation, and then we'll have comments from Sylvia London and Fuente Santa.
All right, thank you very much. So hello, everyone. It's very good to be here and see some people I already know, others I don't know yet, but it's good to be here. Although distant, it's very nice to be in this great event, and thank you for the opportunity. So this paper, we wrote it before the pandemics. So we are not going to talk about COVID-19, and we sent it before. It is part of Bruno's dissertation. So he's here as well. We all are from Federal University of Viçosa, which is in the inland of Brazil, kind of in between Rio and São Paulo. And Julio is a professor there. He's from economy, and Bruno as well. And I'm from marketing and tourism. And Mauricio also studies for his dissertation as well in the master degree. So this paper is called International Tourism Demand and Exchange Rate. And we used a model, which is called Kopplogard model, which is not really common for the tourism. So it's a quite technical presentation. So if you have any doubts, we're going to try to show what we did, and we also have all the authors here, so we hope we could talk about this a little bit. So we started to talk about this because we have a problem in Brazil, and now as we see the presentations from Morning and also Caetano's presentation, we see is a problem that is going to grow, right? Because we don't really have a good number on tourist demand from people from outside Brazil. So international tourism demand is really low in Brazil if compared to other countries. And so we still have to deal with marketing, promotion, and other activities, so that we have so we make better public policies, and so that people come to Brazil and visit us. So what Embratur, which is our official tourism promotion agency, says, they are trying to deal with great events such as the World Cup and also the Olympic Games. And we are going to show that, it has some impact on our research data, which is from 1999 up to 2018. But we try to see if there is any relationship at all on exchange rates and international tourism demand. This is our main question here, and what we are trying to respond and research, okay? So we wanted to measure the dependence between the international tourism demand and the exchange rate in Brazil. And for that, we used the Kopplogard model, which I'm going to show you in a while. And we did this with the main countries the places where we receive people from in Brazil, which are our hermanos from Argentina, then Germany and the US. So these were the countries that we modeled for this research. And this is very new in tourism, right? We don't have a lot of papers that use these models, and we don't have this for Brazil. So this is our contribution, right? Okay, so just to talk about a little bit about the modeling and what is copulas. Copulas is basically a way where we can try to understand both the distribution and the variables without dependence and when they are coupled. So we can try to understand this structure better when we use the copulas and see if they are dependent or not. And we have an advantage of using copulas, which is we can capture extreme numbers and see if there are outliers, and we can use this in this method also for nonlinear movements. So we see if there is a codependence movement from when we use the copulas between the exchange rate and the number of arrivals in Brazil. That's what we do when we use this. So we are going to show all that for you. We have a table where I show you all these things, but basically what is new and what is important about this model is because it's different from others by doing the things I just told you, all right? Basically, talking about the literature review, we see that other researchers has already tried to do this this type of research, and we find out that there are mainly two groups, and this is our proposition, right? This something that we found out. The first group has basically they are not very new. They are less recent than the second group, and they found out that the exchange rate is not significant when we try to understand it, their dependence with the tourism demand, right? The international tourism demand. But the second group, they understand that this relationship is positive or is negative and significant, right? So we have different researchers trying to understand the same thing. We only have one here that tried to understand this in Brazil, which is Tavares and Leitão from 2017. We can also say that there are different methodologies. There are other authors, all right? This is just a synthesis. But so we try to contribute by using the Garch copula model and by doing this in Brazil, okay? So our strategy, we use mainly two steps. One is to estimate the margin distribution separately, right? And so we try to understand how they behave in separate ways. Then we try to do the copula model and understand how they deal together. That's the main two steps for this research. I'll also show you the flow chart, which is just the next slide, all right? So we did it for Argentina, Germany, and the US between 1999 and 2018. We used the data from Ministério do Turismo, which is our official government here. It's like, I wrote it down, it's like Stats SA for South Africa, Caetano, all right? So it's our Ministério do Turismo. And we also used the exchange rates, the exchange rates from the banking websites from Argentina, Germany, and the USA. All right, so what we did, and this flow chart tries to help us on understanding all the steps we had to go through until we reached our results. So first of all, we have to work on our data and import and calculate the series returns. So we do a time series. I'll show you that in a while also. Then we calculate the descriptive statistics, and then we export some tables and graphics to the model identification. And as I told you before, we have to test the arch, then we test the GARCH models, and we choose which one is better, which one has a better goodness of fit, which is the AEC. And then just after that, we can calculate the marginals, the ARMA-GARCH model, which is the two variables separatedly. And after we run the ARMA-GARCH model, then we can go and do and estimate the couplers. So it takes a bit of time. Because the models has to be standardized and vary from 0 to 1. And that's why we do the coupler models with standardized residues and estimate it, and also see if there is goodness of fit. I'll show you in a while also. So this is all the steps we have to go through until we reached our results, okay? So the procedures are there. These are the equations we use. All of them are in our paper as well. So it's quite technical. And I have a team to work on that for me because I'm not from an economy. But yes, if someone needs more information on that, we have it also. And we also use the scholars theorem. So this is important information if some of you want to deal with couplers as well, okay? Then about the descriptive statistics, we rejected the new hypothesis of normality, and this is also reinforced by the asymmetry in kurtosis. So this is quite normal in our research, right? And then we used another test to indicate the serial correlations for the demand series. So this is mainly to say that the past matters. So what we do here and estimate here, it's something that because we use the 19 until 2018, it's good to predict the future. So if we know that what happened in the past, then we might know better how to make decisions and move forward afterwards, right? This is also very good if we have the data for COVID-19. We are going to probably know better what is going to happen next, but we don't have it yet available, so we can use it for now. We also understood that we had more negative than positive returns, kind of like the second group I'm going to talk to you about in a while. And I just told you about the serial correlation, which is the past matters, and we could show that in the results. And also that the series were tended to be stationary, which means they are stable in the mean. So we could use it and go forward to use it, our data, to the next steps. Then we found the results for the ARMA-GARCH, and we found out exactly what I just told you, that the model was okay to move on to the coupler, but what we found out is that these two dependence variables, they tend to repeat. All right, so we have to, it's very important to understand what is going on before, so we can understand the future. This is mainly what this is I'll show you the coupler results, and it's gonna be a little bit more clear. So what we have here is our results for the United States, Argentina, and Germany. And we also have families, which are the lines. The lines are families of couplers. So the first and the second one is good to understand if this relation is negative or positive, and we can just point out in the Gaussiana that the Argentina has a significant but not very strong and also negative relationship. This means that when we are talking about the, just a second, when we are talking about Argentina, the exchange rates for Argentina, if there is a variation, if it goes down, so for example, if real goes down, then more tourists from Argentina tend to come to Brazil. But if it goes up, then less tourists from Argentina tend to come. So it is significant and it's important. So there is a dependence between the exchange rate and the number of tourists from Argentina that comes to Brazil. But this is not the same for Germany and United States. What we understood for United States and Germany is that this relationship tends to be negative, but it's not significant. And there is also no dependence. These variables are independent. So there is no dependence between the exchange rate and the tourism demand, international tourism demand. So this is what we find out in the Gaussian and the T students. But the Clayton and the Gumbo are the ones which try to show the extremes data, the extremes. And there isn't nothing about extremes in our data. So they are quite okay. And we had no problem with that. So what is important here is that, I'll show you in a while, is that the Argentina and the Argentina is negative and significant, and the United States and Germany is not significant, and it's also independent. So this won't help our managers and people that deal with tourism if we talk about United States and Germany. But for Argentina, we should be careful about the real or the exchange rate here and in Argentina. So this is important. So that's what I just told you. United States and Germany are not sensitive to exchange rate variations, but Argentinian tourist is. So there is. So this is important for us, okay? I think I just told you that. I'll go to the other one. And so, as I told you, it's necessary to pay attention to the presence of seasonality. I didn't tell you this yet. I'll show you just in the next slides why. As you can see here, we have the time series for Germany, Argentina, and United States. So there is a seasonality, and this is possible. This is possible the summertime. It's a seasonality here, and we can also see, for example, for Argentina, that there was, because nowadays we don't know, but there was a growth after 2014, which could be related to a crisis we had here in Brazil, right? But so we have a growth of Argentina's after 2014, and in both, in all the three, we see that probably the World Cup and the Olympic Games, there is a difference on the seasonality also, especially for the USA. So there were more people from these countries visiting Brazil during these major events that we hold here in Brazil. But yes, this is what this is about the presence of seasonality. Also, we have to analyze the competitors on the continent if necessary. So we have to understand better who are our competitors and how we deal with this, because what we have seen here so far in this event is that we are going to have a very big hit, badly though. So the numbers of international demand is going to stay low for a while because of COVID-19. So we have to understand better what's going on and try to deal with this data so we can think about the strategies. And one of these strategies could be encouraging business tourism in Brazil, right? But still, we are very weak on attracting tourists from outside. We have to think about this better and elaborate better strategies, because only the events we see by this is not enough. And now with COVID-19, then we're gonna have another challenge to deal with this as well, because we tend to have the domestic demand before the international tourists come to Brazil again. So our final remarks is just that our contribution is mainly the application of these models using Kopplagars for this period of time, which is quite a big time, almost 20 years, and for these 3 countries. But also as a limitation, we could check other countries and try to check afterwards. So 2019 and also now 2020, how this is going to behave, so we can help managers to make these better decisions, right? And so, as I told you, the results indicated that only Argentina has a weak dependent relationship between the variations of the exchange rate and the variations of demand for tourism in Brazil. And for the US and Germany, this relationship is neutral. So it's not dependent, it's independent, all right? So for future studies, we could include other countries. We could also check if the border is something important. So we saw that Argentina has a negative impact and significant, but we don't know about other countries, right? So we should move on to other frontiers so that we can understand if this is a good hypothesis to test. Also, we could try to understand other economic blocs, such as Mercosur or the European Union, and see if there is any relationship for the countries from those blocs, right? And we can also use another kind of these methods, which is the dynamic cupola. So this is also a possibility. And we could understand better how they behave during World Cup and Olympic Games, for example, to see if this was and can be a good strategy in the future as well.
Your 20 minutes. Your
Okay.
20 minutes are over. Just please conclude.
Yeah. Okay. So this is just the last thing. We could also try to do it for the COVID-19 pandemic. So this could also have to help us to move further. That's it, people. So this is our references and our contacts. So feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you for the presentation and for the very complex and unusual study for Brazilian standards. So now we have the comments of first of Sylvia London.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mariana, for your work. It's really is very interesting. I want to make some comments, some quick comments, and some of them are in our future work in your discussion. First of all, I think that you use a nominal exchange rate, but I don't know why you don't use a real exchange rate. This is very important, in particular for the Argentina case. You explain copulation model given examples of different variables very fluctuating. The exchange rate is a variable that we will expect that fluctuate quite a bit. But how much is the same behavior expected for the number of arrivals? And is it such a fluctuation variable? You say that maybe you can expand the choice of countries. You mentioned in the work justified by the fact that they are the main origins of tourists from South America, Europe, and North America to Brazil. But maybe it will have incorporated major countries from other continents as well to analyze their behavior. How much do they represent from the total tourists? That is, it is not the same if if with these three countries is cover 60 or 70% of the total tourism income, or only 20. In that case, what is the behavior of the rest of the major tourist using countries? And it will be interesting to incorporate other factors to analyze that potentially influence this behavior. For example, Argentina is a futbolero country, perhaps more than USA or Germany. Perhaps there are other undetectable factors that influence the movement of tourist arrivals, such as proximity. And that's all. I'm sorry. I think that it was very interesting to read this work, and we enjoy really the reading, and in particular, the methodology is very relevant, and especially to Latin American countries, where perhaps its exchange rate impact is more significant than developed countries, surely. Now, yes, thank you. This is my country, Bahía Blanca.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you. Mariana, or maybe some of your colleagues, you would like to answer Sylvia?
Oh, I remember that we had some problem on the nominal rate, nominal exchange rate. And the other one. But so we used what we had available. That was the reason that we used the nominal exchange rate.
I can provide you the series, the real exchange rate.
That's great. But we had some problem with that. Also, I thank you very much for the comments. We really know that we would like to understand better what goes on here because of the World Cups, and also the frontier and the other countries from Latin America. We also think that we should investigate further, and we actually started to do that. So we have other countries, right, Julia? I don't remember how many countries we have, but we have other countries. Do you remember which were the other ones that we were investigating? I don't remember. You're without audio. Maybe Bruno
your mic,
remembers. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I don't remember too. Bruno, maybe. I don't remember too.
Yes, but I thank you very much for your comments. I know that the nominal rate was something, the nominal exchange rate was something that we had to deal with. And we are trying to move on to other countries, but as I showed you, it's a very complex model. So we have a lot of steps, so it's not very easy to run it for a lot of countries at the same time, but still it's very new and interesting for our area. I understand that. And I also had to read more about that, and also understand more about that with Julio, which is the expert on copulas. So you can try to talk to him about copulas if you want to use it in further work. But it's something that we are really trying to improve. Actually, there are some papers, I'm not sure about the names and of the authors right now, that we use from tourism economics and current issues that do something similar for China and somewhere else. But still, we are just starting. So that's the good news. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, Silvia. Now we have the comments of Maria Fuensanta.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Is it there? Yeah, I think it is.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to revise this paper. It has been a very nice experience. Although I should say that I was not able to do a very deep revision because I don't speak Portuguese, and the paper was in Portuguese, but I speak Spanish. So at the beginning it was similar, but then I was translating. So I think that I got the main point and the results, but maybe I lost something because it's not the same as reading in a language that you that you dominate. And the second is that I'm not an expert in copulas. I know a little bit, and I have been reading more from your paper because I think it's a very interesting technique. I agree with you, with Mariana, that was saying that the paper is very technical, and this is one of the strengths of the paper, I think. This is what I'm. Okay, so first of all, the research question of the article is whether the exchange rate is a determining factor in tourism demand. This is assessed by studying the relationship between international tourist arrivals in Brazil from 3 destinations. And the exchange rate of the Brazilian currency and that of the 3 origins in the period 1998 and 2019. And 18, I'm sorry. And to this end, it used an estimate of the dependence using a Coppola-Gartz model. And among the results, it should be noted that the dependence on international tourist arrivals on the exchange rate is only significant and negative in the case of Argentina, and not significant for the other 2 tourist origins. As a strong points of the article, I would highlight the use of the Coppola-Gartz model, which allows for the analysis of nonlinear and asymmetric dependencies, as well as for exploring different options in marginal distributions. This is a type of modeling which is not common in tourism, although it's common in other fields, such as the study of financial risk or portfolio evaluation. The 2 references to its application in tourism are very recent and interesting. Also, I think that it's a strong point of the paper, the review of the literature, the treatment of the data, and the description of the entire data analysis procedure. Also, the reasoning behind the reasons why dependence is not significant in countries such as Germany and the United States, that are countries with strong currencies and far from the destination, where the reasons from the choice of the destination are not affected by exchange rate fluctuations, as opposed to countries such as Argentina, that is close to the border and with a weaker currency. And also the future lines you propose to check the later, working with groups of countries, perhaps by blocks, such as those of the European Union and with border areas. Okay. My points for further research are the same, because I think that there are some points that would be interesting for further exploration. The exchange rate uses the nominal exchange rate, and another option would be to use a real exchange rate that takes into account both the exchange rate and the relative prices at origin and destination, which would complement the study of competitiveness via prices. Okay. And although this is not the subject of the paper, given that the exchange rate is not significant in explaining international demand from the United States and Germany, it would be interesting to explore which other variables are significant. But this is not, of course, the main aim of the paper, but is a way of keep working with this. And finally, it seems to me that there is a small error in the description of the exchange rate effect in section 3.1, and a small typo, so just check it. Maybe it's because of the language, and I don't understand it, but I think it's a small typo. Okay, and thank you very much. It has been a very nice experience to read the paper.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for your comments. Mariana would like to say something.
Just thank you very much. We agree with you. So it's, it's again the real rate, and to move on and try to understand it better, because a lot of things also really impact the tourism demand, right? So it would be great to understand better what happens to each country. Because we have to go further from, we have to move away from the 6 million tourists, international tourists. We have to try to do something and invest in tourism promotion appropriately. And we are not doing that so far. So that's a pity for Brazil.
Yeah, thank you. Any further questions from the audience?
So,
Natalia.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I have some comments that Silvia and Mariana already told you, but I think that are important to remark. The first one is that the real exchange rate, I think it is necessary. You have to solve this problem, I think. I'm not an expert in that topic, but I think the problem that there is a big problem there. The other thing is that you told us that Argentina, Germany, and USA are the markets, but you have to convince us that these are the markets. We don't see any number. Silvia told you. You have to convince us that these are the markets. And I am wondering if Chile or China or South Africa are not relevant markets to take into account. The other thing is that I think I don't know if you can, with this method, take into account the distance, as Mariana said, because it is obvious that we as Argentinians are going to Brazil much more easily than a German or a person from United States. And so this is an important point. Exchange rate is obviously important, but in this case, it's more important to take into account another things, that distance, for example. And related to that, you mentioned, Mariana, about the period of a crisis in Argentina. This is another relevant point I think you have to take into account a little bit more. And the last thing, if you consider using another variable as international receipts to see the movement of tourism, because I think international arrivals perhaps obviously are affected by exchange rate, but perhaps more international receipts. And I think this information, this data is available.
It's available.
Yeah. I don't know. These are my comments.
Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you again. This is a dissertation thesis, so yes, it's great to have comments like this, so we can also give other directions for our students, right? So thank you very much, Natalia.
Yeah, great, Mariana. Yeah, I agree with Natalia that the tourism receipts would be interesting, also because we might have some problems in the number of tourists, the official number of tourists in the beginning of the 2000s. I'm not completely sure that the tourism ministry did a good job at that moment. And another thing very interesting is that one of the first books about tourism in Brazil, published my supervisor in 30 years ago, got exactly the same conclusion, that exchange rate is relevant for the Argentinians and not relevant for the Germans and the Americans. Exactly the same conclusion. Okay, so now
I have only one comment. I don't know if Mariana, the commentator, said that the good point of the paper is the technical part. I agree with that, but I remark again that the paper to be complete or to be wonderful is that you join the technical part with the motivational part, I think.
Great, Natalia.
Thank you so
Julio.
much. Glauber, a question for you. What is your method for the same results? Que método tu usou para chegar nos mesmos resultados?
It was not me, it was my supervisor.
Oh, okay.
30 years ago. It was a very simple and not publishable regression. It wouldn't be published nowadays. It was a simple regression model. But I can give you
but works.
Yeah, it works. It gives the same conclusion at least.
Yeah.
I will provide you the reference
and
afterwards.
Isabella, this dissertation has the same result.
Exactly.
Okay.
Isabella is here too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I supervised together with a friend from the Fluminense University.
Okay. What is her method? This is my question. Okay. I write for Isabella before.
It was a regression, but regression just using first differences. It was also very simple model.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so any further comments? Maybe we should move on to the next presentation. Okay. So the next presentation is going to be from Alberto Dauria from the Fluminense Federal University. So please, Alberto, your 20 minutes.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Glauber. I'm going to share my screen now. Just a second. Yes. Can you see?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And if you feel any kind of issue in my speak, because my internet is a little bit unstable, so please tell me, and then I can stop my video, and then we can continue go on. Okay. Thank you, you all for the opportunity to be sharing with you the results of our research. My name is Alberto. As Glauber has already said, I am from Federal Fluminense University, and also this paper was written by Marcelo Meirinho, that is also from Federal Fluminense University, and Janaína from Caxias do Sul University. Here we have three authors. I am from tourism, Marcelo from engineering, and Janaína from business and management. So it's like a kind of miscellaneous of knowledge in the paper. Our study, in fact, is a proposal for a responsible tourism management framework based on the experience of an organization that has been operating in tourism for over 70 years, which is the Social Service of Commerce in Brazil. And I will start here by bringing a little bit of the motivations that made us start this research. The beginning of my speech is everyone's knowledge here, which is the influence of the tourism sector by the economic potential, growth, and also development that we have been hearing about for so long in the other sections, and especially in the morning, we have seen many of these numbers that are well known. The figure that is on our right here talks about numbers that, for example, of course, in a scenario before the pandemic, it's important to say that this research was made before the pandemic scenario. The activity of tourism represents 1 in every 10 jobs. It represents more than 10% of the gross domestic product, among other things. These economic results are indeed important, of course, they are essential, but we also know the negative impacts that tourism activity causes in destinations. And researchers have shown that tourism activity can generate several negative impacts. And we have very recent researches that show this for us. So it was this kind of impacts of an environmental, economic, and social order, which are numerous according to recent research, like I said, that we understand it is important to study alternatives to mitigate the negative impacts and also to enhance those that are positive. In fact, our idea is to propose a reference for supporting tourism management using the identification and analysis of the dimensions of responsible tourism based on a case study in a specific Brazilian organization. So this is the aim of our research, the development of a proposed framework for responsible tourism management. Well, then very quickly, I will comment on the theoretical assumptions that we use in this research. The first one is, of course, the responsible tourism. And why do we need to talk about it? Researchers point out that there are some practical problems when we talk about tourism management. And why is that? Because it is an activity done by many hands, by many companies, from many different segments, public and private. And this creates a kind of feeling that the responsibility is everybody's, but at the same time is nobody. So that's why it's important to talk about responsibility. And in our research, we assume that tourism companies also have their responsibility about those impacts in the destiny. About the concept, for example, Goodwin states that individuals, the tourist, or the host community, companies, and public authorities are collectively responsible for how tourism works in a certain place and for its positive and negative impacts, just as they are responsible for the paradigm shift in search of sustainability. So it is a concept that has attracted the attention of the academic community, especially for its practical appeal, since it can benefit businesses, improve the image and competitiveness of tourist destinations, and improve the quality of life of the communities, the host communities. The concept has received significant attention from various intergovernmental organizations and academic researchers also. And also, at the same time, it is important to talk about social responsibility in tourism companies, because it's a management concept in which companies integrate social and environmental concerns in their business operation. So if I'm going to talk about responsible tourism, and if I assume that companies are also responsible for the impact that the activity causes, even if the activities are part of a long productive chain, which is a characteristic of tourism, dealing with corporate social responsibility is fundamental. CSR, corporate social responsibility, assumes that companies need to look at their operations from a much broader perspective. However, in the context of tourism research, what we have realized during our literature review is that we still lack the establishment of more detailed criteria and models to incorporate in a holistic, participative and integrated way the internal and the external reality of a tourism organization. Well, about our methodological procedures, our object of study, as I commented earlier, we conducted a case study at the Social Service of Commerce here in Brazil. We call it SESC. It's an acronym of the letters. An organization that has been operating in tourism for over 70 years here in Brazil. It's a private organization maintained by the commerce entrepreneurs and has actions in several segments, and one of them is tourism. I mean, excursions and also lodging services. The company has its own tour operator and maintains its own travel agencies in all states of Brazil. It has also some lodging services, like I said, so it's an interesting object of study to be observed because it maintains operations upstream and downstream of the tourist productive chain. We have established as a criteria for sample selection the employees of the travel agencies of the Social Service of Commerce, whose population totals 120 professionals. At the end of the survey period, we obtained 72 valid questionnaires for analysis. About the data collection techniques, regarding the secondary data, we used internal documents of the investigated company so that we could make an interpretation about the perception from these professionals that its professionals manifested in their answers. And of course, as a primary data, the application of quantitative questionnaire itself. For the data collection instrument, we use in full a questionnaire from a previously validated model from the research conducted by Goffi, Maziero, and Pencarelli, which was published in 2018 after being peer-reviewed. And it was a 7-point Likert scale. About data processing, we use the SPSS software and follow the steps that I'm showing you right now. We performed the factual analysis using the principal component analysis. We also observed the Kaiser-Meyer inadequacy index of the sample, which indicated the data factorability. Also, Bartlett's sphericity test, which provided the statistical probability that the correlation matrix was significant. And finally, we observed for each construct the Cronbach's alpha, which measures the internal consistency of the variables. Now, sorry, let's go to the analysis and discussion of the results, which they are the main stage of our moment here. As you can see in this slide, the dimensions we have identified from the respondents' responses in factorial analysis performed. We were able to identify 5 constructs, the other 2 are in the next slide. Therefore, 5 dimensions, which were named based on the literature review. So we have the social cultural responsibility, the environmental responsibility, the economic responsibility, and also the image and reputation of the organization and the incorporation of sustainability into management, the last 2 that are in the next slide. These dimensions are organized in this table in order of variance explained. Social cultural responsibility, for instance, has a variance, an explained variance in the final factor analysis model of a little more than 30%. The environmental responsibility, a little more than 14%, and economic, like a little bit more than 10%. We can notice that the first 3 constructs correspond to more than 50% of all the explained variance in the model. So they are the main constructs and correspond even to the literature. They are the most approached dimensions in the literature. So the social, environmental, and economic dimensions. In the center of the table here, it is possible to observe the elements that were kept in the model. Following the must accept literature for this type of study, we had from the factual analysis some elements that were removed from the model because, first of all, they had a factorial load below 0.6, and also, or they reduced the Cronbach's alpha of the constructs here. In the 3 columns in the right, we can observe, first of all, the factorial load, which has a very important responsibility for the construction of the model. Also the variable mean, remembering that the element had a 7-point scale, and in the last column, the standard deviation. Here you can see the other two constructs that we could find: image and reputation and incorporation of sustainability into management, which have a minor variance explained in its respective elements. It's important to say that the explained variance of the total model was almost 60%. Due to the time, I'll concentrate on the first three constructs, which are those with the greatest explained variance and correspond to almost 55% of the model. I will concentrate on those three because we would not have time to explore all the constructs. So, in the case of social responsibility, for example, which is associated with elements of cooperation of the company with local actors, awareness about sustainable tourism, and monitoring of impacts, we understood that the fact that the companies has such clear objectives related to sustainable development, established in its institutional documents, strongly influenced the responses of this construction. At the same time, it's a company that operates with destinations outside the traditional tourist axis, which can also exert a great influence on the responses of this construct, since closer relations can be established with the local community. Also, the educational attribute, which is very present in the company's documents and which are put into practice in its actions, has also greatly influenced the results of this construct, besides the fact that the measurement of socioeconomic impacts is still a difficult task to accomplish and may also have influenced also the results. In the case of environmental responsibility, which is related to the impacts on natural resources, the high cost and low supply of sustainable transportation and lodging equipment apparently has greatly influenced the model. In addition, the fact that the company does not currently produce sustainability reports on a regular basis, something that the literature recommends, may also have influenced the results of this dimension. And about the economic responsibility, which is associated to the elements whose focus are the development of local actors in the destinations, we realized that the inclusion of local residents as active and remunerated participants in the destinations must have influenced this dimension. In the same way, the promotion of local gastronomy and handcraft to intangible heritage, stimulating the consumption in local producers and small businesses, may have influenced the results. And from these comments and the results of the factor analysis, we were able to build like a framework that is totally based on all of this data. And I will make quick reading so that you can understand how to read it. In the first place, we identified this gray layer here, which represents the environment in which the company is operating. It is transversal to this environment, the non-formal education incorporated activities. That is, within the tourism actions of this company, of this organization, non-formal education initiatives are inserted in the actions. It's not about academic education, therefore formal point of view, but an active process of education through tourism, something quite aligned to the concept of responsible tourism. At the same time, also transversal to all these activities is the idea of sustainability incorporated into internal management processes, which can be through internal policies or something similar. At the center of the framework, we have the three main dimensions that were brought to the model, which are the social cultural dimension, environmental, and also economic dimension. And its internal items that we have identified with more expressiveness by the respondents and also from the analysis and observation of the company's internal documents and literature itself. So for example, guidelines, policies, mission, vision, development of objectives of destinations very clear, the formation of balanced network, the monitoring of environmental impacts, smaller groups of tourism, incentive to responsible consumption, preference for local labor, and something like this. We can see that these are elements that were in our factorial analysis, and at the same time, a hypothesis raised from the level of agreements. I mean, the mean of each variable. I emphasize that the exit of our environmental of this framework generates the monitoring of the impacts in the 3 dimensions. So it's necessary to monitor and communicate in a regular basis and transparent way all those impacts, both to business partners and also the society. And here on the right, we bring suggestions for implementing a responsible tourism agenda with some important elements: the creation of monitoring impacts indicators, regular reporting, the constant review of guidelines and policies, and also a search for updated models of responsible tourism management to support any kind of projects. So this is the framework that we could build about from this research. And I conclude by saying that the analysis of these dimensions allowed us to build this framework, which can contribute to the management of tourism from the perspective of responsibility for the development of the destinations, tourist organizations, but also the tourist itself and residents, as it supports the mitigation of negative impacts and enhances the positive ones in tourism activity. It is important to say that this research has some limitations. One of them concerns the study have been conducted with employees of only one company. Although we can observe and create models from it, we cannot establish some generalizations, and also about the sample size based on the number of valid answers, which were 72 in this research. We believe that the study reserves future research also. As a suggestion, the application of the framework, of course, especially in longitudinal case studies, so that we can verify its applicability and, of course, the need for adjustments, which will always be welcome. Besides, as it is a quantitative research, we suggest new researches with qualitative methods in order to complement and qualify those results. To finish, I think the CNPq in Brazil, the University of Caxias do Sul, and also the National Departments of SESC, which allowed this research to happen. I congratulate and thank the organizers of the event and the opportunity to share these results and to watch so many other relevant studies and meet very interesting people here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you for your presentation. Now we have the comments first from Marcelo Nunes.
Hello again. Let me just share my screen with you. Okay, I think everyone can see my slides.
Yes.
Okay. So just start by congratulating Alberto on his work. I will just follow the same structure that I thought for the other review and just emphasize the strengths, and then later on discuss a bit of the opportunities for improvement in my view. So I'll just start by saying that this is a very good example of very thorough and updated literature review kind of paper. We can see that the authors have really been, were really concerned about localizing the discussion within what is being latest researched within papers and academic so just congratulate on the effort to do that. Also, you're essentially doing an exploratory factor analysis, and the way that you have organized your discussion and your analysis after you have conducted the EFA was a very interesting one, because you sort of separated for each dimension, for each factor that you found, and you almost build a whole new chapter discussing what are the relationships between what you found and the literature. So again, a very interesting effort, and I think that adds to the quality of your findings. And yeah, just overall, you have a very good sense of what are the theoretical contributions and also the practical ones. So just moving on to a few questions that I have, and I think that this is a good opportunity to make them as not only a reviewer, but as a reader of your work. I'll just start with the introduction where you state the aim of the work, of the study. So you say that you wish to develop a framework proposition for responsible tourism. Reading the paper, I was wondering if this is actually exactly what you did, or if it wasn't a little broader kind of aim, since you only took into consideration one organization which has very particular characteristics, that is a service, that is the commerce service in Brazil. But again, the reason why I think that I had that question is because, and maybe this is my limitation, because I haven't read the original work from Goffi, Maciero, and Pencarelli. So I am not sure, because you base your questionnaire, you base the items in your questionnaire from their work, and I was unsure as to what exactly was the actual gap that you're addressing. So if this is just some sort of replication that you have done in the Brazilian context, in the Senac context, or if you have actually came up with additional items based not only on their reference and their work, but also in other works. I mean, this is just something that occurred to me, and I think that you could try to make it a bit more clear. So also moving on, in your method section, you classify your study as exploratory, descriptive, and explanatory. This is, I do understand that with your paper, you explain, describe, and explore phenomena. I would just try to, because like when you say that your work does the three things at the same time, I would recommend that you try to really understand what is the main purpose of your work and try to pick up like just one of these things. And I like, since you're conducting exploratory factor analysis, it seems a more natural route to classify your work as an exploratory one. But again, this is debatable. It could be made more clear, both in the abstract and in the introduction section, that you are basing your study on the employee's view of Senac, because I might have missed it somewhere, but if I didn't, you don't mention it until the method section. And this is something that your readers might be interested in knowing before going to the method section, because I'm not very acquainted with the social responsibility and sustainability literature, but I believe that many of the studies are based on tourist impressions, and then there are studies that are made on employees' impressions. So just make sure, I think it would help if you could better locate this. Okay, so next, I also have the question that if the questionnaire was asked just in relation to Senac, I think you made that more clear now. I mean, after your presentation, definitely it's more clear. But again, since I'm not sure about the real gap that you're filling, I don't know if this was an assessment of Senac's corporate responsibility, or if you were intending to make it a broader perspectives, but I have already addressed this. So just another question that I have is that if you have done any sort of pretest, because you have been so full of details on your methods, and I didn't see any mention to any pretest. And if you are using a sort of a translated version of a previous questionnaire in English for a Portuguese-speaking audience, I think this could be evidenced as well, like if you have gone through the process of adapting that questionnaire. Okay, so now just focusing on the EFA that you have conducted, you mentioned in your results that you have tried one type of rotation, and then you deleted some items, and then tried the factor analysis again because you were seeing some problems of multicollinearity. Was there any multicollinearity in your final version of your factor analysis? The reason I'm asking you this is that because the way you presented your EFA result, you just show the factor loadings, like just the right ones, just, you know, the good ones, just the ones that fell on the factors that you were expecting them to fall. It would be interesting, like, because usually in an EFA, you just present the whole factor matrix, and then you can see if there was any multicollinearity issue and something like that. And then just to wrap up, still in the EFA topic, you didn't mention if you tried any rotated solution, such as orthogonal rotation or oblique rotations. This is usually a resource that is available for you to optimize the results of an EFA. And since you had, which is totally expected in an EFA, you come and go, you sort of have this exploratory approach to see what fits better the model. And I didn't see any description on rotated versions, rotated solutions. So I would ask that. And if you didn't try, you could also try that. Okay, so this is pretty much it. But again, these are just comments to hopefully improve an already very well done paper.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you. Alberto, do you want to say something to Marcelo?
Yes, Marcelo, first of all, it's very good to hear from you. It's a pleasure to have my paper reviewed by you. So thank you. It was very interesting comments. I didn't take note because I expect for anyone to send me, or even you, because it was very interesting comments. I'm going to take into account for sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now we have comments of Zania. Zania is still here. Yes, Zania.
Okay, good afternoon. Let me share my. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay, well, I'm really short. First, I want to congratulate the authors, and second, I want to make clear that I don't speak Portuguese. I speak Spanish. So it's similar, it's not that different, I think, but yeah, maybe I didn't see some things that I must comment now. Well, for me, the literature review is solid. I like it a lot. And the explanations of the resulting dimensions is interesting and adequate. The results obtained for me, that I don't have that much experience on this kind of methods, were adequate. And in the weaknesses, okay, I agree with the other reviewer that the description for the original questionnaire is not that clear for me. I didn't read it before this, but I think it's important to show it in the paper because you are using it all. And other thing that I saw there, it would be interesting to make these connections between the factors that you have at the end, but obviously at the first two. because I think you are going to make other kind of studies after this, like, I don't know, this model, structure modeling, I think it's called. And it would be interesting to see your improvement in that. So for other thing I saw, I think it's a really great paper. And actually, also I saw things that would help me with the sustainable tourism, because I'm not an expert, but it was really interesting. So maybe when this is published, I can use it here in Mexico to prove it too. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziania. Alberto?
Ziania, I appreciate. Thank you very much. I'm going to take into account your comments also. Thank you to read it.
Thank you. So we are a little bit ahead of, we are a little bit late. Maybe if anyone has a question from the audience, we could take one question. No? Okay. So our last presentation of the day is a very exciting presentation. I have seen the paper in detail. It's from Stefan Schubert. So please, your speech, your presentation. Your microphone is off.
Now the micro is on.
Yes, now it is.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper on economic consequences for a small tourism-dependent economy as in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. I will give you a brief introduction, then I will non-technically discuss the model. I will talk a little bit about the calibration, and then I will show you the results COVID-19 caused for this model. And I will also talk a little bit about a sensitivity analysis I have done to check how the model reacts if you change some parameters of the model. So the COVID-19 pandemic caused a huge shock to the entire world. It almost hit every country and the country's economies. Here I have a citation of the International Monetary Fund. The COVID-19 pandemic differs markedly from past triggers of downturns, meaning that it's quite different than, let's say, the global financial crisis 2008-2009. Infections reduce labor supply, quarantines, regional lockdowns, and social distancing, which are essential to contain the virus, curtail mobility with particularly acute effects on sectors that rely on social interactions such as travel, hospitality, entertainment, and tourism. Workplace closures disrupt supply chains and lower productivity, layoffs, income declines, fear of contagion, and heightened uncertainty make people spend less, triggering further business closures and job losses. There's a de facto shutdown of a significant portion of the economy. These domestic disruptions spill over to trading partners through trade and global value chain linkages, adding to the overall macroeconomic effects. The COVID caused unemployment to soar. The International Labour Organization estimates that working hours fell by 14% worldwide. We have huge drops in GDP. In Europe, for example, 15% in the Eurozone, 14.4% in the European Union, and in some European countries even higher, like 20.1% in Spain, 17.3% in Italy, or 19% in France. And in Latin America, there are also projected GDP declines of roughly 9%. And the reason is, besides other effects, strong reductions in industrial production between 15 and 30%. And among the economy sectors, the tourism sector has been hit particularly, as in the first 4 months of 2020, tourism tumbled 44% globally. And the World Tourism Organization's Tourism Barometer states the COVID-19 pandemic has caused an unprecedented disruption to travel and tourism, bringing world destinations and outbound markets to a stillstand. In many countries, we know the tourism sector substantially contributes to GDP. In some countries, even more than 10%. And the aim of my paper is to investigate how the COVID-19 pandemic affected and affects an open economy, which depends on international tourism arrivals. And to do this, I use and modify a dynamic two-sector model of a small open economy, which I published in 2013. This economy produces an internationally traded homogeneous industrial good and tourism services, which can be distinguished from tourism services produced in other countries. And we will model this feature by means of a demand function for foreigners for domestic tourism services, which depends on the relative price on tourism. In other words, like something like the terms of trade or the real exchange rate. And the two sectors, because only a two-sector model, not a multi-sector model, therefore these two sectors have to be broadly defined. And an important feature of this model is that we have unemployment in the model, a la Mortensen and Pissaridis, so a search and matching model. And we have separated labor markets, one labor market for the industrial sector and another labor market for the tourism sector. And it's quite realistic to assume that workers cannot easily move from the industrial sector to the tourism sector and vice versa. And by the fact that we have two separated labor markets, we have this feature in the model. And as our interest is mainly in the short and medium run, to simplify the model, we abstract from physical capital accumulation, which means that we have only labor as a factor of production. And the model is far too complex to solve it analytically. Therefore, we need numerical simulations based on a reasonable calibration. So what are the research questions? The first question is how the COVID-19 pandemic affected and affects an open economy, which depends on international tourist arrivals. What are the economic impact effects of the pandemic? What economic dynamics the COVID shock initiates? And will the economy recover quickly or slowly? So important questions which almost every country is affected, because almost every country is affected by COVID-19. And of course, what is the role of tourism during the transition, so during the dynamic adjustment? So the model, as I said, comprises several elements. One are households, represented in the model by a representative agent, which consumes two goods, a domestically produced and international traded industrial goods, and tourism services, which are produced within the country. And of course, domestic residents also may spend their holidays abroad, and this spending is included in the demand for the industrial good. This can be justified on theoretical grounds to keep the model as simple as possible. And the agent derives utility from consumption and from leisure. The agent can spend their time for leisure or for working or for searching in one or in both of the two economic sectors. And of course, searching for a new job is time consuming. Therefore, you need to sacrifice some leisure, and therefore it's costly. And there's some limited access to the international financial market. This is expressed in a model by an upward sloping supply curve of debt, meaning that the interest rate of the country is not exogenously given, but depends on the debt-GDP ratio. Domestic households own the firms. Firms in both sectors use labor to produce the industrial good and the tourism services. And if a firm wants to hire more workers, it has to post jobs. And of course, this also is costly. Foreigners' demand for domestically produced tourism services depend negatively on the relative price of tourism services and of course positively on a preference or demand parameter. And because it's time consuming, it needs time to search, and for a firm it needs time to fill a position which the firm posted. Labor and therefore employment adjusts only gradually, slowly over time. And there's a matching process between workers and firms, a la Pissaridis. So this is the famous search and matching model of unemployment. And as I said, we cannot get analytical results, therefore we need numerical simulations. They are based on a so-called plausible calibration of the model. The calibration itself assumes that tourism is more labor intensive than industrial production. This is quite common. And that the industrial sector is more productive than the tourism sector. But the second assumption is not that particularly important for what follows. Then the exact calibration strategy is in detail in the paper. The result of the calibration is that the share of the tourism sector in GDP is roughly 11.7%, so quite realistically. The share of tourism exports in tourism production is 60%, meaning that 40% of domestically produced tourism services is consumed by domestic residents, because we also spend some holidays at home or frequent our restaurants and our leisure facilities. Overall, the overall economy-wide unemployment rate amounts to 8.18%. The unemployment rate in the tourism sector is lower, 7.44%, and in the industrial sector it is a little bit higher, 8.33%. And we assume a medium indebted economy with a debt GDP ratio of roughly 50%. So what are the immediate effect of what happened? First, what happened when the COVID shock hit the economy? It caused a lockdown of the economy as well as an ebbing in tourism. And how can we model that? Of course, on the supply side, firms had to shut down. They had interrupted a broken supply changes, which means, in other words, that production was much more difficult for them. And this means that total factory productivities fell, so dropped. On the other hand, we had lower labor, particularly because of the shutdown. And of course, workers were infected and had to stay at home in quarantine. And on the demand side, what for us is most important is that international tourism arrivals ran dry. And we modeled that by initial drops in labor in both sectors by 14%, according to this number from the ILO, and by instantaneous exogenous reductions of the two sectoral factor productivities. So the productivity in the industrial sector drops by 3% to 97%, and in the tourism sector, the drop is larger. It drops to 90%, and this can be justified because the tourism sector was hit much more, and much more tourism enterprises had to shut down because of quarantine and travel restrictions and so on. And on the demand side, we have this tremendous drop in international tourism, and this we model by an exogenous reduction of the demand shift parameter of foreigners by 50%. And then over time, the productivities and of course, the demand of foreigners recover gradually, where we assume realistically that tourism demand recovers much more slowly than productivities. According to the EATA, it will take 5 years to return to pre-pandemic levels of air passenger demand, which we can use as a proxy for foreigners' tourism demand. So what are now the impact effects of the COVID shock? Of course, lower labor and lower productivity means that output immediately drops. It drops to 88% of its pre-shock level. This is the industrial output. And this comes close to what real numbers say. In the tourism area, production is lower by 20%. It drops to 80% of its pre-crisis level. And GDP plunges to 85.8%, meaning that we have now a deep recession. And the economy-wide unemployment rate rises to 21.4%. And sectoral unemployment rates also went up more in the industrial sector than in the tourism sector. And because this changes in the tourism industry, to maintain a market equilibrium, if you want to talk about the equilibrium at all, but the model does so, you need to equilibrate supply and demand. This requires a reduction in the relative price of tourism sectors. And because this price falls, you get a substitution effect, meaning that residents' demand for domestic tourism services increases and their demand for outbound tourism falls, meaning that in phrases that domestic residents spend holidays at home, and this is something what we can observe what happens now in Europe. A lot of people don't travel, they spend their holidays at home. Another impact effect is that the lower relative price stimulates a little bit foreigners' tourism service demand. So it dampens a little bit the drop in the demand parameter, but still we have 1/3 less demand of foreigners than before the pandemic. And this is in line with recent empirical evidence. And the current account deteriorates, GDP drops, and because GDP drops, the debt to GDP ratio increases. Therefore, the country will be evaluated more risky on international financial markets, and this causes the country-specific interest rate to increase. So what is the dynamic transition? So this is the result of the calibration. So I show you a few time paths, and then we will talk a little bit about that. So here you see in the first graph, you see the labor dynamics. The red line is the industrial sector, the blue line is the tourist industry. Both have a reduction of labor by 14%, so it's normalized. Before the shock, labor was 1, and now it is 86, meaning that it is in both sectors introduced by 14%. And as you can see, labor in the industrial sector recovers much faster than in the tourism industry. And this is also reflected in the output dynamics. Here, because of both the drop in productivity and in labor, you have a drop in production of industrial goods by 12% and a much more pronounced reduction in tourism services, down here to almost 80%, both because reduction in labor and the huge productivity shock. And again, you can see that tourism recovers much more slowly than the industrial sector. These are the GDP dynamics, where we consolidate both sectors, where we have to take into account real price movements. So you can see here, time is, by the way, I forgot to tell you that time here, T is time, is measured in years. So this means, as you can see, GDP drops by a huge amount to the shock, and then the dynamics, if you look here, you will almost need 4 years until GDP will go back where it were before the shock. Here you have a graph showing you the unemployment dynamics. You can see that the unemployment, the interest rate in the unemployment rate in the industrial sector shoots up, whereas in the tourism sector it also goes up but by far less than in the industrial sector, and also it takes some time until the unemployment rate gradually reverts back to where it was before the shock. And finally, here you have the price dynamics for the relative price of tourism services. And here you can see a huge drop because of this large demand fallout. Then prices will continue to fall over the first quarter, and then they start to increase. After 1 year, they will be more or less where they were immediately after the shock, and then there's also a quite long time period of price recovery. So what we find is the following. We have only a gradual movement towards the economy steady state, the benchmark, meaning that where the economy was before. Industrial production slightly overshoots its benchmark and recovers quite fast. After 2 years, it is back where it was before, whereas tourism service production needs much more time for a full recovery. After 5 years, it arrived at 99% of its pre-shock level. And this is due to 2 facts. First, the productivity shock in the tourism sector was higher. And second, we have a huge drop in foreigners' tourism demand, which only recovers quite slowly over time. It will need roughly 6 years until foreigners' tourism demand is back where it was before the COVID shock. And this slow recovery of the tourism sector does not depend on the initially larger productivity drop in the tourism industry, but is mainly caused by the huge shortfall in foreigners' demand for domestically produced tourism services. So the COVID shock shows severe effects, and it needs more than half a decade to restore foreigners' tourism demand. And We also see that the two sectors recover at different speeds because, of course, results depend on the numerical simulation, on the calibration. I did some sensitivity analysis, meaning that I played around with some parameters to see how the outcome changes if I change the degree of access to the international financial market. Then what one sees is that this matters most in the short run and mostly for unemployment, but not a lot for the overall dynamics. Then what about the role of foreigners' price elasticity? Sensitivity analysis reveals that it does almost not matter for the overall reduction in foreigners' tourism demand. Why? Because if you have a lower price elasticity, then market clearing needs a larger price decrease. But the COVID shock affects the tourism sector. The stronger, the smaller the price elasticity of demand. And then in the aftermath, tourism production would recover more slowly. The smaller the price elasticity, because the price elasticity of demand affects the sector's labor market dynamics. And finally, the tourism sector's unemployment rate is strongly affected by the price elasticity in the first episode or phase of transition. And the industrial sector's recovery is almost unaffected from tourism demand recovery and basically depends on the speed of its productivity adjustment, but not on what is about international tourism demand. Then what is about the speed of recovery of international tourism demand? So if it would recover fastly, what would happen then? So if tourism demand would recover faster, then the dynamics in the tourism sector speeds up. This is because we have faster price increases and therefore more vital labor market dynamics. So what are the conclusions? Of course, everything is written in, or almost everything is written in more detail in the paper. Also, the model is presented there. The model is quite technical, so therefore I haven't showed you a single equation here because I think this is not so interesting. So the graphs are more interesting, I think. So what are our conclusions? On impact, relative price of domestically produced tourism services drops as workers lose their job, sectoral unemployment rates shoot up, and there's a increase in and the increase in the unemployment rate is particularly strong or huge in the industrial sector. The current account turns into a deficit. We have a deep recession. The debt-GDP ratio goes up by more than 8 percentage points. And we have this substitution effect that domestic residents substitute foreign holidays with spending their holidays at home. And during the dynamic transition, which the COVID shock caused, the economy recovers gradually, where we have seen that the tourism sector's recovery is much slower than the industrial sector's pickup. Indeed, the tourism sector needs roughly 1 decade to convert back to its pre-shock rate. And the industrial sector, however, recovers quite quickly within more or less 2 years. And another finding was that the different speed of the two sectors' recoveries does not depend on the assumed larger productivity drop in the tourism sector, but it is caused by the immense drop in foreigners' demand for domestic tourism services. This is exactly what happened when international travel came to a stillstand due to travel restrictions. So the tourism sector's slow recovery, therefore, opens huge room, as we have already heard today from a lot of presenters, for policy interventions. In particular, policies that stimulate foreigners' tourism demand, for example, improving tourists' confidence by safety concepts, more advertising, or perhaps also by subsidizing the tourism industry. The model nicely describes, I think, what happened economically in the very first months after the COVID-19 pandemic hit economies, and it shows what time path an economy dependent on international tourists will probably take in the near future. So thank you very much for your attention. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Muito obrigado, Stefan. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very, very interesting paper. So first we have the comments of Veronica Segarra.
Yeah. I cannot share lower. I cannot share my
your
My
screen.
slide.
You, you should be able to. I see no.
Can you try again, Veronica, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we really enjoy the reading, and the paper is really interesting, and we think that it contributes with a theoretical study in an area where the most of study are empirical, and the study adapts a previously theoretical model to include the COVID-19 effects. In the introduction, we can see update data, and we think that allow to understand better the situation, the COVID-19 situation. Results are really interesting, and the conclusion how some recommendation for policymakers, and we think that is a really good thing. Finally, being able to model tourism separately of the industry, we think is really a great thing, because now tourism is a sector with a particular dynamic. We have some question or suggestion. The focus is not on a particular country, but is there any country of reference? Have the author thought about testing the model in a particular country? There are two scenarios, optimistic and pessimistic scenario. Right now, do you really think that the optimistic scenario may be the most realistic? In general, calibration are consistent with the intuition, but there is any reference for that? And finally, the capital accumulation dynamic are not included in the analysis, but because the studies are from a short-term approach. But how short-term are these shocks if you say, or if you speak about a slow recovery of the tourism sector, and you, I don't remember, but you speak about 10 years, 10 years. So, yeah, that it's all.
Okay. Could you please leave the slides here that I can answer?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, Vero, for your comments. To answer your questions, the focus is not on a particular country, because it's always problematic to calibrate a model to one single country. So there's a problem of calibration. It is much better if you do a so-called plausible calibration, which fits a bunch of countries on average, not a particular country. Yeah. And the next point was with these two scenarios in the paper, optimistic and pessimistic. Perhaps I should have named them differently, but at the point in writing, I thought that what I named optimistic is the most realistic, and the pessimistic scenario in the paper assumes deeper reductions in productivity. And this may, for example, become realistic if we really will suffer a second COVID wave, a second wave of lockdowns. Then what I call pessimistic may then be a more realistic picture. And I think the calibrations are consistent with intuition, and in the paper there are references for parameter values I have chosen. And of course, some parameters you have to adjust, to calibrate in a way that the resulting model equilibrium is plausible, because you cannot observe all parameters in reality. And I fully agree to your critique regarding capital accumulation. Of course, it's always problematic to leave capital out of a model, and what is the short run, what is the long run, but it's quite common, in particular in monetary models, which deal with long periods of time that they don't include capital because it simply blows up the model and makes the model more complicated. If you would introduce capital, then it would substantially add to complexity without perhaps adding too much additional insight. In particular, what can be shown is that with respect to unemployment, capital accumulation does not matter too much. Perhaps it may change the dynamics, but the question is then, you have an open economy. What type of capital you have? Is it traded capital? Is it non-traded capital? If it's traded capital, this would degenerate capital dynamics. Then you would need to introduce capital adjustment costs. So this makes the model even more complicated as it already is, and therefore I thought that it is better to leave capital out, because I have the impression that the change would not be too much if compared to the case with and without, or comparing the cases with and without capital.
Thank you, Stephen. Now we have the comments of Natalia.
Yes. Can I share screen?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I can see you.
Yeah, we can see you. We don't see your screen so far.
Because I have no other possibility.
Can you try again, Natalia, please?
Okay. No.
But, well, you try to do it and it doesn't allow you to do it.
No, no. I have, no, it doesn't allow me. Are you sure?
Yeah, I just gave you the permissions as co-host.
Now? Yes.
Oh yeah,
Thank
now
you.
it's.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Schubert, thank you for your presentation. Stefan, sorry. I think the paper addressed an important theoretical contribution, and this is well received in the field of tourism economics. I have 5 or 6 comments. The first one is that you said that you sit yourself as the background of the literature on small open economies. I understood that your paper of 2013 adds or incorporates the small open economy as a tourism-dependent economy, but I would like to see the macro literature behind your model. The other point is that you said that you want to investigate the COVID pandemic effects, but I have here 2 concerns. The first one is that how would your paper would change if you choose to study the health events of 2003 or 2015? You tell or you told us about the tremendous drop in international tourism demand modeled by the reduction on the shift parameter, but I'm not sure that this can be different. COVID from SARS, from MERS, or from whatever situation. And the other point is, why does it mean that the open economy depends on international tourist arrivals? Because we can talk about Antigua and Barbuda, we can talk about Bahamas, or we can talk about Argentina. And I wonder if the model fits well for all of these economies. You said in a part of the paper that the bigger the share of the tourism sector in the economy, the more adversely the countries hit by the COVID, which is very intuitive, but I'm not sure this sentence answers the question. I am not sure, but I think that there is no explicit or no direct channel by which the tourism services are different in one country from another, that you mentioned many times in the paper. The other assumption is that domestic residents will change their consumer patterns, reducing their consumption of holidays abroad, which is intuitive, and increasing their consumption of holidays at home. I think that this is correct assumption for big economies, not perhaps for small economies that the one you are treating on the paper. So I think some economies, perhaps, there is no change. I think that the most probably thing is that for a while, these economies doesn't consume tourism. And another assumption is that the substitution effect, the holiday at home, outweighs the wealth effect. And I'm not sure why this is. I agree with the other commentator about the baseline calibration parameters. They are explicit on the paper, but there are no explanation of some of them. I'm not sure I understand exactly, but you in the paper, you mentioned that the approach of the model is a rough approximation of a second lockdown or a first. Okay, no, I misunderstood. But I think that the paper fits perfectly for a second lockdown. I'm not sure, but I think perhaps, but for your presentation, I misunderstood the paper. And the other point is there are some limitations that you explicit on the paper. One is that there is no government here, but you finalize your presentation saying the role of the government, and we see during all the day the importance of the government, and all around the world we can see that there are a great importance of the government in this situation. So I think that you must consider introducing an extension, including a government in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. May I answer? It was a lot of questions, so I don't know if I get all of them. Okay. The last one, I see your slide already here. Of course, the model does not have a government in, because it's a parsimonious model. And what I meant that there's a role, for example, with policy to increase the speed in which tourism demand recovers. Of course, you could include that in my 2013 model. This is in. Another point was there is no macro literature mentioned. This is all done in the 2013 paper, and to save on space, I thought it would not be very useful to copy paste all of my 2013 paper. And the other point was with exactly, okay, why our tourism services are different. Yes, there is an explicit channel by the real exchange rate or by the relative price. If tourism services would be the same in all countries, so if it would be a homogeneous good, then the relative price for the country would be given. But every country, of course, has a different type of tourism. There is a differentiated good, and this is in a model expressed with this demand function for domestically produced tourism services. And regarding to small or big economies, the economy I have in mind is small with respect to the industrial good, but has some effect on the relative price, that is the price of its own tourism services. The model itself is based on this, it's called the dependent economy model for a two-sector model. So in some sense, the economy is small. In some other sense, it is not small. So this is discussed in detail in Tarnowski's model for 1997. And of course, if I would have had the Bermudas in mind, then of course the model would have been calibrated in a very different way, because then the question is then, is there an industrial production or is all production tourism? And therefore you would use a one-sector model, not a two-sector model. And another point I think was these other pandemics. Of course, you could use the model also to discuss them. But I think the drop in demand was never so big before than now with this global stillstand in traveling.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope I answered a little bit your questions. And thank you very much, Natalia, for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Stefan. Is there any question from the audience? Any? Well, in fact, I have a question.
Okay.
You said that one of the premises of your model is that tourism is labor intensive.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, quite understandable for a developed country, for a country that has an industrial sector. But do you have an idea of what would happen if you considered a two-sector model where the second sector would be agriculture, a poor country?
Okay. Yeah, then perhaps you would have different types of labor intensities, but the question, what sector is more labor intensive, matters a lot, or is crucial if you have capital in the model. But in a model without capital, it doesn't matter a lot. So this basically would not change a lot of the results. Of course, if you would have, instead of industrial sector and agricultural sector, then this agriculture sector would normally face world market prices. So then it would be similar than what in my model is the industrial sector.
Okay, great. Okay, so is last chance for last question? Okay, so I think it was a long day. It was a very long day. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. Okay. And we're gonna have sessions until the end of the day again. So I hope everybody enjoyed. And well, I guess I deliver the word again to Veronica. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we could share the slides with the authors, because I don't know if they have time to write it down, everything we talk about. Maybe it would be good if we share slides. Sorry?
Okay, the comments of the reviewers we could share with the authors.
Yeah.
That seems to be a good idea.
Okay. Glaube, some authors are asking me if you are going to announce the paper selected for the fast track today. We are all curious about that. I'm not sure if you had made your decision.
Yeah, actually, I was actually going to discuss it a bit further with Gabriel and Natalia, because we were expecting the comments of the reviewers. So I guess we won't do with this decision right now, but we will announce it, let's say tomorrow. I think tomorrow is
tomorrow.
We have enough time to do it.
Okay, so we are going to be curious until tomorrow.
Yeah. That's the marketing part of the workshop. Yeah, so everybody comes again tomorrow.
You have to come back. And so it's time to end. It was a great day. I know we are kind of tired right now because it was also a long day. But we had great presentations and the participation. I think that this dynamics of the reviewers were very nice, very interesting. We are learning here a lot with everybody. So I thank you again and see you tomorrow at 9:30. Is that?
No, 9 o'clock.
No, 9 a.m. No, 9 o'clock sharp. And to have some more wonderful presentations tomorrow. We have a very nice program for tomorrow, and maybe a surprise besides the Glauber announcement of the papers on the fast track. Thank you all again, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks for the presentation.
Bye-bye. Good night from Germany. Bye-bye.
I have
Bye-bye.
a question for
Good night,
Professor
have a nice night, everyone.
Bye.
Posso encerrar a live?
Please, Valerio. Thank you.
Stefan, Professor Stefan, I have a question for you. Sorry, I was unable to turn on my audio. I'm sorry. The question, I don't know if it is meaningful, but it seems that you wrote that the larger